Good evening, everyone. It is Monday, November the 14th, now 5:30 p.m., so I will call the regular meeting of Home City Council to order. Our first item up is the consent agenda. Does anybody want to consider any of those entries further for removal? If not, we will need a motion accordingly. Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And then with respect to the regular agenda, are there any additional items? Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Yes, I would like to add a legal item in camera, please.
Okay, let's call that one item 8.2 for in camera consideration. CAO Gowdy.
With council's consent, endorsement, I would like to add a land in camera item for this evening as well.
We'll bump your item way down to 8.3 then. Anything else, Council? Councillor Hibbs.
So with those two additions, I would move that we accept the agenda as amended.
Very good. One last chance. All those in favor? Thanks, everyone. We don't have any open forum this evening. However, we do have some presentations, and we've got two of our favorite gentlemen here from Stantec Engineering, Mr. Joel Sawatsky. I understand that you're going to be leading this evening, leaving the big boss just for observing. Very good. Come on up. I think you both know how that microphone works there. So just a reminder, please, so that everyone can hear, not only at home online, but in the gallery as well. And whenever you're ready, there you go. If you are set to go, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Creasy, Council, Administration. Thank you for having Stantec present a project update this evening. So I am online, I can see that, and we are sharing screen with the presentation, which I believe was attached to your agendas packages as well. So we're here today to present on the Lacombe Inflow and Infiltration Study. We have three of us from Stantec attending this evening. Myself, Joel Sawatsky, I am the overall project manager for the project. I've been at Stantec for nearly 15 years now, all based in the Red Deer office. We have Todd Simonson here, the senior advisor on the project, has worked in the community for over 20 years. And we have Joseph Kamalesh from our Cincinnati, Ohio office. Joseph is the engineering team lead for our sanitary flow monitoring group, and he's done numerous I&I studies over his 13-year career at Stantec. So Joseph, if you flip to the next slide, we will go through the project drivers and project objectives. So what's the overall driver of the I&I, the inflow and infiltration project? It would be to reduce the operational costs paid by the city to the Regional Wastewater Commission. And to reduce these costs, we will need to reduce the extraneous flows in the sewer system, which are caused by groundwater infiltration and rainwater inflow and infiltration into the sewer system. And by reducing this extraneous flow in the system, it will also defer any potential upsizing upgrades for both the pipes and the lift stations. So the project objectives then is to reduce the overall I&I that the city is currently seeing in the sanitary sewer system. To do this, the first step would be to identify the major sources and locations of the I&I within the community. And the next step, after they're identified and narrowed down, The next step would then be to do a capital planning process and implement upgrades to then reduce and tighten up the system. The next slide, Joseph, and Mayor and Council, is the sources of inflow and infiltration. So not to go into too much detail on this slide, but the primary sources of what we typically see in the industry are due to the connected foundation drains, that being sump pumps from the roof leaders or basements or other, storm cross connections, and aging infrastructure. And the aging infrastructure would be deteriorating pipes and manholes and lateral connections into the sewer mains, allowing both groundwater to infiltrate in and inflow from rain events. Project timeline. So the initial proposal was submitted back in 2020. However, the first step then was to complete a flow surge and impact study. And the whole basis of an INI study is to monitor the sewer system during rainfall events. And so based on the approval timelines in 2020, it made sense to start the micromonitoring program in 2021 to try and capture as much or as many of the rainfall events as possible. Because without rainfall, we would not see the results that we wanted to see to help narrow down where the rainfall is entering the sewer system. So phase 1 was completed in 2021, and it encompassed the flow surge and impact study, as well as the initial micromonitoring in basins A and B. And that's the gray boxes on the slide. Phase 2 consists of additional micromonitoring that was completed in the summer of this past summer, the summer of 2022, as well as additional micromonitoring and potentially further field investigations that will be completed next summer, in the summer of 2023. That's the blue boxes on the screen, and that's the current phase that the project is in today. Phase 3 is the future phase, and that would be capital projects, and that would be mitigating the INI into the system, either replacing the pipes, removing the cross connections, actually going in and mitigating and removing the INI that's getting into the sewer system. So on that note, I am going to turn it over to Joseph to take us through the micromonitoring program. Joseph.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity for letting us to present to you. As Joel mentioned, there's INI in the system, and that is the project driver. And you heard the term micromonitoring. Micromonitoring in terms of in a sanitary sewer system and projects like this is actually a method that we've patented and we've developed over the years, where you take a sewer system and then you break it up into smaller segments so that you're able to focus your search to find your major sources or defects in the system, to find where that extraneous water is coming into the system. So that's the overall gist of what a micromonitoring project or program is. So as we applied that in this case, in the city of Lacombe, we have taken the entire system. If you see the entire city boundary, we broke it up into several, actually 5 specific subbasins or catchment areas, to be able to allocate the flows into different regions within the city. So the reason we also do that is so that we're able to group the flows in each major catchment areas or major trunk sewer areas, and be able to identify them in terms of which comes up to be high, low, or medium in terms of issues and whatnot. And also, we do these in multiple phases in each basin. The reason we do it in multiple phases is we do a larger phase to begin with, and then you slowly narrow it down as you go into the subsequent phases, as you go further upstream into the system, to be able to focus the search for where the INI or the source of inflow or infiltration is coming in from. So we've, as Joel noted in the timeline earlier, this program was started, the field program for micromonitoring was started in 2021 in May, and we've completed about 14 weeks of data collection in 2 different basins. So as you noted in the previous slide, the city was broken up into 5 different basins, A through E. So 2021, we did basins A and B, we monitored them, and we were able to complete 2 phases in basin A and 1 phase in basin B. So what you see on this slide here is again all the different basins in the system, and I would pay attention more closer to what's pointed out as basin A and basin B. We had 16 monitoring locations in basin A, which also includes a portion of the private sewer system up in the northwest portion of the city, and the middle downtown area of basin B, where we were able to collect pretty good data both in 2021 and 2022. However, in future slides, you'll be seeing here in a second that in 2021, the rainfall was pretty less, meaning it was a rather a dry year in terms of flow monitoring. You would think that we collected data during a dry year, but unfortunately, the way these projects work is you would have to collect, we don't have a way to control the rainfall, as you know. So we would have to put these meters in, collect the data, and be able to then identify where is the system failing, or where is the issues coming in or not coming in from. So this graphic here shows a comparison, an average comparison of a 30-year rainfall average versus what you see in orange is 2021 rainfall events. Through the monitoring period from May to August, pretty much the entire time period, the historic rainfall was much higher. Rather, the 2021 rainfall was lower than historic amounts. So, which led to 2021 to be a rather drier year in terms of flow monitoring. So, since we have the data collected, we have taken it and did some further analysis in terms of what kind of rainfall events were collected. On this slide, you'll see a whole lot of numbers. What you want to pay attention here is because this particular analysis is important because the higher the intensity a particular storm event, a rain event, as it shows more of a response of the rain or the inflow and getting into the sewer system versus where you have a more of a lighter drizzle or a smaller rain event, which will probably sometimes lag on for several days. Those probably will have lesser impact in your system, meaning it would take you several days if there's a defect in the system, it will take several days or several locations for the water to get into the sewer system. The higher intensity rain events help to intend the flow areas, and the 2 highlighted events here, the 5-year and the 2-year event, these basically represent any rainfall event which have a statistical probability of repeating itself in either 1 in every 5 years or every 2 years. So the 2 events that are of interest in 2021 were in June and July, June 15th and July 2nd. So as the project progressed, going into 2022, we restarted the program again in May, and this time we were able to extend the program for much longer duration, and also in multiple basins that we did not cover in 2021 as well. We repeated certain key areas in Basin B, which showed some response to rain events in 2021. We repeated those locations in 2022, and we also added basins C, D, and E for further monitoring in 2022. So we'll be looking into those areas and those results from those basins as well. So this is the overall layout of the system for the 2022 monitoring locations. As you can see in Basin B, we spread them around. We were able to capture data for almost 4 to 5 months. That compared to 2021, 2022 had a good rainfall response in the system. Likewise, in Basin C, it includes a lift station on the west end of the system, and that also was collected for a similar time period and had good rainfall responses. And we were able to identify certain sections of the system where there's defects, where there's INI sources in the system. Basin D on the southernmost part of the system, based on the data we collected, it was a smaller basin. We were able to collect the data from this basin utilizing 3 locations, and it had a much moderate response, meaning not too many defects compared to basins B and C, where Basin B rather had a lot more compared to the rest of the system here. And Basin E was added towards the end of the monitoring period on the eastern side of the highway, where the groundwater table is expected to be higher, and also with influences of 2 of the lift stations there and quite a few industrial areas. So that what you see on the screen here, it gives you a more like a coverage of data collection throughout the 2022 flow monitoring year. Like noted earlier, this was conducted in 3 phases. The phases here are more relative in timeline. They were moved from one phase to another phase after sufficient data was collected and sufficient rainfall events were collected in each phase. As you can see, basins B and C, they went through 3 phases. In each basin, there'll be one location which was kept throughout the entire period. Like if you see as FMO1 and to both the basins, they are shown in 3 different colors because they were maintained throughout the 3 different phases in the project. And obviously, basin D and E were done towards the end of the monitoring period. It had only one phase of data collection. Moving over, this again, similar to the 2021 rainfall analysis, 2022. This year had a much better, 2022 had a much better rainfall data collection. As you can see, especially in June, it was much wetter. July was fairly comparable. And then again, you started seeing the drier months in August and September. Again, this is also a similar analysis that was done in 2021, showing the various events that were collected, their intensities, and the duration of each event. And all this will go into the overall analysis of the data that we collect, which is ongoing right now, which actually helps you determine, based on the intensity, which of these can be inflow sources and which of these can be infiltration sources based on the, if you remember the very second slide that Joel presented, the figure with the house where certain of the defects were considered to be inflow direct connections and certain are infiltration defects. Joel?
Yes, thank you, Joseph. So the summary of the findings. On to the next slide. So what did we find in our initial analysis that we are currently partway through? We're not complete the analysis yet, but it's found that Basin A, and if you can recall, Basin A is up in the north end, the newer developments, minimal groundwater infiltration found and no significant inflow. That's positive. That's good. And it does make sense because the newer developments are typically newer pipes, a bit of a tighter system. In basins B, C, and D, moderate inflow and moderate groundwater infiltration were found in all 3 of these basins. So not only do we know that, in the following slides, Joseph's going to go through and identify where more of the I&I was found within each of those basins. So it's narrowing it down into the areas. And then Basin E, unfortunately, we didn't get much precipitation in August, September when Basin E was monitored. So we didn't get results this year, but that will be a recommendation in our next steps, is to monitor that in 2023.
Joel? You've got minimal and moderate. Put that in some real numbers. What does that mean? Is that expressed as a percentage of the constant flow, or is it a specific level? What is it that determines that?
Yeah, so it's your percent R, or your total R, which we're going to define in the coming slides. So that's a great question, Mayor Creasy. That is a great question. So minimal is on the lower side, moderate is kind of that average. We haven't to date found anything that's significantly high and problematic at this point. It's some areas are getting there, but we'll go through that in the coming slides. So before I turn it back to Joseph to do that comparative analysis and to show our green light, yellow light, orange light map to quantify the minimal and moderate I&I, we'll go through a couple quick slides of definitions and importance. So dry weather sanitary flow is comprised of two different elements. It's comprised of the brown, which is at the bottom, which is your base wastewater flow, or BWF, as well as your ongoing groundwater infiltration, which is the olive green color just above the base wastewater flow. So those two combined formulate your dry weather flow in your sanitary system. On the next slide, Joseph, the RDI&I, the bright blue, is your rainfall. And that's the rain. So rainfall derived inflow and infiltration, RDII, is the sanitary sewer system's response to the rainfall and how much is getting into the sanitary system. So total R as a percent is the fraction of rainfall volume that is entering the sewer system. So 0% R is a totally watertight system. No rainfall is getting in. Some groundwater infiltration still we might be getting in, but from a rain event, we don't see any response to the sewer system. No rain is getting in. 100% R means all rain's getting in. And so for instance, there's no real industry standard for total R because it's dependent on the soils, rainfall volume, intensity, and a lot of different factors. But for a guide, anything more than about that 7-8% R, or total R, or 7 or 8% of the rainfall volume getting into the sewer system is deemed high and problematic. So you want to be kind of in between that 0 to 2 to 3% would be an ideal. And then total R is kind of, as a comparative to the rainfall that's falling versus the rainfall that's getting into the sewer system.
Chief Gotti, go ahead.
So I just want to confirm that is a percentage of the rain falling in the area getting into the sewer. It is not a percentage ratio to your dry weather flow.
Correct. Yeah, it is a percent of the total rainfall falling. Okay. So this will make maybe a bit more sense as we go through the next couple slides. Joseph, over to you.
Thank you, Joe. So as the numbers were talked about with the total R and the medium and the lows, as Joel pointed, there isn't necessarily a great industry-wide standard, but based on project experience, doing this in multiple different communities and doing it across North America, we see that anything in the lower, less than 7-8% numbers usually tends to fall in the low to the medium range of I&I, meaning less I&I issues or less I&I problems. When you get to the 8% or anything above in that range, that's when you find that there are issues in the system, and some areas can be problematic more than the other. As again, to rephrase, total R is an the metric is an industry standard metric used in wet weather flow and I&I industry, where you use it to compare one basin over another, one season over another season. You can make comparisons from season to seasonal variations. If you come and study this project area 10 years from now, after you've done some improvements, you can redo the monitoring and then you do the analysis, then you're able to compare apples to apples. Like 2021, my R was this much. I made some improvements. And 2032, my R is reduced or not reduced. You can make that comparison in that case. So going back to the actual project area here in Basin A, as we earlier noted in the upper slides, which was completed in 2021, there was not a whole lot of I&I issues going on in here. We completed this in two different phases. We noted that during our study, we found that there was one section up in the north area where we found that the flow data was showing some sort of a sump pump or a lift station or something connected into the into the wastewater system. So we did some further investigation. But actually, before I go into that, on this slide that you see, the entire area is mostly in green, which is good, which means your percentages 0 to 2.5 is your in your low INI range. Anywhere from a 2.5 to a 5 is what we qualify it as like in the medium range. Anything 5% or more, in this case, it fell within the 5 to a 7.5, falls in within your INI range, I total R range. So in this basin, in Basin A, there was one small area up in the north west segment that fell in the medium range of the system for total R. Everywhere else, there was some amount of groundwater infiltration noted, but overall there was very low INI noted in the system. As you note, there are multiple basins that you can see. It's drawn up. That's why it's called micro monitoring, where you go from one phase to another phase, where as you proceed subsequent phases, you try to narrow down your search area looking for the INI sources. So as I noted earlier, we did some in our initial monitoring that we did. We found some pump station type flow in the monitoring data. After further investigation with some coordination with the city, it was found that there was a lift station which was connected in the rec center area of the university, which was pushing the flow into the sanitary sewer system, and which is all good. There's nothing wrong in this case here. We initially suspected there to be a pump station, some pump, but it turned out to be a lift station in the university area, and it was noted in the analysis, and so we don't have any further the issues here. The only thing is that we did some further investigation to find out that the system was initially not in the GIS, but it's further now been updated. Moving on to Basin B. This is by far the more area interesting with more INI sources, even by looking at photographs from sites, images of the pipes and manuals and structures. We have noted that there are several areas of key deficiencies in terms of structure and also sources. So you would see a larger extent of this basin is much colored in the yellow color, which is the medium range for the total R. And as you note here, even when the phases were moved, when the areas were differently monitored from one phase to another phase, the central area remained in the medium range, meaning the INI, even when it went from month of May to June and went into July and August, even with different seasonal rains and different phases that were monitored in, those areas continued to show INI responses. The one thing to note also here is there are some sections in Basin A and Basin B and C as well. There are flows which are going from one basin to another basin. As we did further analysis and GIS checks and all that, we know, if you know, there's an area here in the south section of the basin which is not colored. That's because the flow leaves this basin and enters the southern basin into Basin D. That was another interactive step that we had with the city staff. It was great working with them. We had to give out some maps out to the city. They went out, and this is basically shown in the GIS. GIS shows the flows going in within the Basin B area, but actual field investigation determined that actually the flow from one section of Basin B actually goes into Basin D. This was identified by the city staff, and it is now further updated in the analysis and in the GIS as well. Moving on into Basin C, this area also showed some INI responses, more in the eastern side of the basin, or rather to the west of Highway 2A. I believe it is called, this area is called Heritage Estates in the system here. So as you can see in both phases, they went from either like an yellow to an orange, red, or it continued to be a red between different phases. The west end of the system of the basin, the pump station area and the central area of the system here, they all remained green, meaning they did not have too much of inflow and infiltration issues. As we progressed into Basin D, as I mentioned earlier, it was a rather smaller project basin area. We were able to collect 2 rainfall events early in August. They were small events, but they showed a pretty good response in the system, where it showed that the upper end of the system, towards the the west end of the system, had lesser impact in or lesser response to rain events, meaning lower INI, but the eastern side of the system showed some significant responses. And since we were able to collect only 2 rainfall events in this season, we are recommending to complete another phase to further refine the search, to narrow down the search of the INI in this basin in 2023. Basin E, and this was completed this year again in August and September. By the time we were able to get our monitoring moved into Basin E, the rainfall had already stopped. Significant rainfall events had already stopped. There was not much data to be collected in terms of rainfall. So we are recommending to redo the monitoring in 2023 to be able to collect some useful data for analysis for INI. And what we've done with the existing data right there on the map that you see is we were able to do the drive of the flow analysis to see if there's any impact of groundwater infiltration, as this area is suspected to have higher groundwater tables and flatter pipes. Our current analysis for this basin is to do drive of the flow analysis. We're going to take the existing data and also the meter data, the billing meter data, and to normalize it to per capita, and see if we can do some inference based on how much of groundwater infiltration impacts this basin might have. What do you, Joe?
Thank you, Joseph. So what does this all mean, and what are our next steps? So our next steps are continued analysis of the 2021 and 2022 data. And the end deliverable will be 2 technical memorandums submitted to administration to summarize the analysis. the next step, which is ongoing now, is to review and map the water meter data to the wastewater flow data. And this is important. So we do have the micro monitoring flow data now, and we can compare area to area, subdivision to subdivision. We're not going to go on the house level, but we're going to go kind of the area level to see where the main discrepancies are. And that's almost a secondary validation technique in addition to the flow monitoring. There is the potential to do home inspections if some pumps are suspected. We know that entails a lot more than just going into the home, and so we'll be cautious about that and work closely with administration if that is something that is recommended. And provide recommendations for future work, which are still to be determined through the course of this winter, but are likely to include additional flow monitoring in 2023, as noted, and possible field investigations at key locations, which could entail CCTV, cammering, smoke testing, dye testing, and other methods as well. And then from that, the end goal is to develop a capital project planning strategy to allow this to be implemented in the field. That is the end goal, as well as help the city source grant funding, because there is some grant funding initiatives out there to help communities reduce their I&I, and then ultimately is implementing the recommended solutions. So to conclude, I guess to draw you back to the definitions and importance graph here on this slide, it really comes down to a level of service in if you do nothing, it's $0, but you continue to get the bright blue into the sanitary system. And if you picture it, as the line goes lower, you're removing more rainfall from the system, but the dollar signs continue to go up. And so where is that level of service that the community wants to achieve? What's the risks of needing to upgrade the system or overwhelming the sanitary lift stations during a rain event? Those are some things that will come through the next phases of the project. And the next slide is questions. That concludes our presentation. Thank you very much. We'll open it up to questions.
Thank you very much for that. Interesting start on things. I say start because I don't think there's anything that's overwhelmingly surprising here just yet. There's no shocker that as rainfall goes up, so does our volumes in the sewers. Is this intended just to provide the city with a general outline of the map of areas that we ought to be targeting first that are in that yellow or orange, I guess, orange zone as a way of tackling the low-hanging fruit, so to speak? Is that basically what it boils down to?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Creasy. Yes, exactly. It is to narrow down the areas. As you can see already from what we've done over the past summer and a half or 2 summers, is narrow it down from the entire city to probably 20% of the city where most of the I&I is coming from. In 2023, we hope to narrow that down even further through additional micro monitoring and potentially CCTV and other field investigations. And then from there, it narrows it down rather than, say, going out and cammering the entire sewer system over the entire community, which costs a big amount. We've now narrowed it down so that we can either camera smaller areas or focus the rehab and replacement or lining program on those specific areas.
Thank you. Councillor Gullickson?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Just a question regarding the amount of flow that we're sending back. Was it 109%? Is that the number I saw in here?
Yes.
And normally it's 90%. Is that an average kind of number, correct?
Yeah, like best case you'll see is probably in the 80s. In the 90s is good. You definitely want to be under 100%.
So during the low rainfall events in August, the one year especially when we had none, what was our flow rate then? Do you know?
That is a good question. I don't know, but we can take that back and get that answer for you.
CEO Gowdy may have it for me, maybe.
I don't.
No, you don't. Okay. I just curious because, I mean, that would obviously show what our rainfall effect is on the system, right? And we know it's extreme. already. And if we're not having a lot of inflow on the underground inflow, our focus should be on this, the rainwater getting in the system. And of course, some of that is sump pumps, which I would assume you'd be able to show that by, if it rains, you have a spike in the amount of water going back and then a long-term flow from sump pumps. So they're two different graphs, or is that not correct?
Correct. Yeah.
So you'll be able to tell us this is sump pumps and this is rainfall event directly into the sewer by just the flow going through to the through the meters, or through the meter that is measuring our sewage going back.
Through the micro monitors, or because the lift
Well-
stations are the only point where the sewer is metered, and that is a large basin, right? So that won't be able to pinpoint
Well, I'm
things.
looking at the whole
Yep.
city
Yep.
because the amount of sewage going back is monitored. It's all rainfall infiltration. And we should also be able to look at the spikes, and then the long flow would be from sump pumps. Because it takes longer for sump pump water to get into the system than it does infiltration from direct rainfall into through our drain, or for our sewer outlets and so on. For manhole covers, I guess. it
Yes,
would be.
yes. Great questions. Joseph, you want to go back to the definitions and importance slide? So the challenge here is that there is groundwater infiltration in any normal sewer system which is not brand new. That is always there, even in the dry months. And that's the green olive flow. So dry weather flow is wastewater flow plus typical groundwater infiltration, not from rain, but just the groundwater that gets into some of the cracks and the joints and into the pipe and manholes. So
Well, and-
those two colors, the green and the brown, is your dry weather flow. And then the bright blue is your wet weather flows, your rain events, which can be comprised of many different things. And you can see there the actual precipitation graph at the top. So the rain comes, and then minutes or hours after, you'll see the big response. And so that big peak on the blue, that's your inflow. That's the easy sources, that's your cross connections, that's in through your manhole lids. That is what's getting in fast. And then you can see the blue taper off. That's your sump pumps,
Yeah.
getting rid of it. And that's more of the infiltration when the groundwater is more saturated. And then it tails off, and then it's back to your dry weather flow, which does include base wastewater flow plus groundwater infiltration. So yes, we are going to try and pinpoint as much as we can, but that ongoing groundwater infiltration does act a lot like the ongoing sump pumps as well.
Yeah, I mean, with the August that we had, the previous, where we had very little rain, that would, I would think, give you a really good base to work from as far as that number goes.
Mhm.
So I look forward to the future, because I mean, this is still, even though it's less than what we originally thought it was, as far as numbers at 109%, it's still a substantial amount. And if I can have one more question, what is that volume? Do we know that? What the volume of sewage is that we're paying extra for, so that we know that number?
We do. I don't have it on the top
Oh,
of
okay.
my head. Jordan?
I don't have the volume number on top of my head. The statistic that was reported in this is from, I believe it's from 2021 during that dry year.
Mhm.
In 2022, midsummer around June, up until that point, we were returning about 30% more than we had bought. And so,
30%
yeah,
more. So
much-
this is much less the number we're hearing from
This
this.
is the 2021 statistic, and I know
Okay.
they're doing some ongoing analysis on the flows, and so those numbers and that breakdown
Yeah.
will be forthcoming.
Yeah, because I mean, the numbers were substantial, no matter what we're looking at, 9%, 30% is way higher, of course. And it's something we need to be addressing. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Just jotting down your questions. Thank
Chief
you very
Gotti,
much.
did you have additional information on that question or a different question?
Different.
Okay, Councilor Ross?
Go ahead, you may be able to answer my question from his information.
Acceptable.
Very well.
My question was actually in relation to a question that Councillor Gullickson had and one of your responses. So Councillor Gullickson said at one point, we know it's extreme the response. And then you also had indicated that a good number, you'd like to be below 80%, 90%. And I want to challenge you to provide why you are confident in that number. So I'd like to be at, I don't know, 20%. What I want is irrelevant. What's a true average industry return rate?
Yes. Thank you, CAO Gowdy. So the percentages are what of the sewer that you're sending back versus the water purchased. And so typical industry standard, and Todd could speak probably more on this, is about that 90%. Really good is below 90. Average is between 90 and 100, and above 100 would be problematic in a way. You're sending too much stormwater through. And so because, and this is water, and so what is taken away from the water system that is not returned would be watering lawns, watering plants, because any dishwater, showering, etc., toilet use is being returned, is using from the water system and being returned to the sanitary system. Do you have any further comments on that based on your experience?
Yeah, yeah, thank you, Joel. So each community has a different base flow based on how they use water in their communities. And some communities use a lot more water. And as we've seen over time, communities are using less and less water. They're becoming more efficient, whether it's dishwashers, whether it's toilets, those kinds of things. And so those percentages can vary based on the community. And so really what we're trying to do here is establish, what is the city of Lacombe's baseline? And then what are the impacts based on rainfall events and where we can improve on what we would call aging infrastructure. So the city has done a lot of ongoing capital projects. And so there was a discussion earlier about, well, are you going to identify these areas where there's hotspots? Well, maybe that's going to tie into maybe a road reconstruction, or maybe there needs to be some stormwater upgrades in those areas. So we can help coordinate more efficiently on a lot of your capital projects. But in the end, this will give you that baseline. Joel did mention that we're going to take that meter data from all of the water meters and so done a lot of water modeling type projects, for the city and other communities. And so then we can compare the water going in versus the water going out. So we can get a truer picture of what CAO Gowdy is asking, is that, what is that number? Because we know the water coming in from the commission, assuming it is accurate in terms of the flow monitoring and the flow meters, and then what is leaving and pumped out. So we have an in and an out, and now we just need to create that hotspot map of where those numbers are, say, exceeding, 90 or 100%. And so there's not an exact science. If Joseph wanted to talk about some of the communities worked in, a lot of communities are sometimes up at 150%. So it all depends on location, if you're close to large water bodies like rivers. So there's a lot of different influences.
Thank you for that additional information. So what I was going to ask, as far as other communities, when we say industry standard, I mean, that's great, but who is it that's got the data? Quite honestly, this wasn't an issue for Lacombe 20 years ago because we treated our own and volumes weren't even looked at. I don't think this is a new problem. I'm curious with the numbers that have arrived to come up with some sort of an industry standard. Is that comparing communities of a similar size on regional systems where in fact there is volume measurement, or is it a bit more of a guess as to what is being treated as opposed to what is being supplied? Because generally more communities have water metered than they do wastewater. So how is it that we've come up with this industry standard to even know what a percentage it is? Is it just on larger communities, or where is it derived from?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. It would be derived from the pump data. So for instance, your neighbor to the south, Blackfalds, they have to pump all their wastewater. Even when they had a lagoon, they had to pump their wastewater up from lift station 1 into the lagoon. So they would have had that data for many years, where Lacombe, I guess you would have had the 2 lift stations with pumping to the lagoon, and so there would have been that data there as well. But generally, many communities that have lagoon type treatment systems flow gravity into the lagoon, and it's not metered. And in that case, dilution isn't a bad thing with the lagoon, but with the regional system, it is very different.
Great. And quite honestly, I mean, let's be honest, this is why this whole thing came about, is because we started comparing our numbers to our other regional partners, and there was a massive discrepancy. So while we can all agree that the lower number is beneficial, I'm just wondering, are we comparing this to the proper sizes and types of communities, or what? I don't know. There's just an awful lot of unknowns.
So I'll add a few other comments, Mayor Creasy. So done a number of infiltration inflow studies in central Alberta. When I first came in 1999, we looked at Sylvan Lake. As many of you remember, there was some very large storm events that were impactful to their sanitary system. And when you think of stormwater and you think of sanitary, they actually do relate, because when you get a very large storm event, if you have an older storm system that's, say, designed to a 1 and 2 year storm event, anything larger than that intensity will pond on the surface and then eventually get in through the low points where there are manholes and things. So when you get into communities that have, say, older systems, and Lacombe has obviously got, a long history. So some of those systems that were designed, 30, 50 plus years ago are a bit different than maybe a place like your neighbor to the south, the town of Blackfalds, which is, a more recent growth. So all of their infrastructure is a lot newer. And when I started working there, they were less than 2,000 people. So when you look at their growth, a lot of theirs are newer materials, whereas, there's more cast iron, there's more ductile iron, there's different types of materials in the ground. And then the third pipe, Joel hasn't really mentioned about, kind of the modern designs for land development. So back in the old days, they used to just connect the weeping tile directly to the sanitary or a sump pump. And then, as things have evolved, there's a third pipe. So any of that groundwater around the house that gets down into the weeping tile would go to the storm system, not to the sanitary system. So that's why each community is unique in terms of how it's grown and how it's developed, whether it's groundwater levels, whether it's the age of their infrastructure, and then what are their standards of the time. And so as the standards have increased and the cost of infrastructure has increased, then the city needs to look at ways that we can, save taxpayers long-term in terms of the rates they're paying for, in this particular case, the pumping back of wastewater, to the city of Red Deer.
Thank you. Councillor Dallas.
Thank you, Mayor Casey. I guess I have one question, and then, well, actually, I guess I have 2 questions, if I can just rattle them off quick here. The first one, the Berman University campus with the private sewer. I'm sorry, you said there was a lift station for stormwater going into the sanitary at the top of the hill, or was it a lift station of storm into a storm system?
Initially, it was thought it was a sump pump or storm getting pumped into the sanitary system.
Yeah.
And then upon further analysis, it was found that it was actually a sanitary lift station.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So no harm, no foul. We thought it was maybe a key infiltration or inflow source, but it turned out to be a sanitary lift station.
Thank you. And can I go one more here?
Certainly.
Okay, so, and then just based on these percentages I'm hearing where we say we're sending 109% back, ideal is 90%. Are these calculations based on the fact that of our total water purchased from the regional water? Because if that's the case, then these numbers are likely skewed or not correct then, because we're buying more water than we're metering. So we're also losing water in our system. So it's like, this just highlights a larger expense and bigger problem that I think we need to, just continue to really focus on then. So, because that number is probably more like 30%. Like instead of 109 where it's 19 now, ideal at 90, it's much worse than that based on the water consumption. So
I just want to make sure they understand the question. So
sorry, I
we're,
guess
we're metering more than what we're purchasing.
Yeah, so the 109% is based on what we're purchasing from the regional system, but we're only billing for, I can't remember what the actual billing numbers are, is 85% of what we're buying. So we are, like, my guess is, well, not my guess, sorry. Just, it's an assumption that there's problems with our water system as well, contributing to this a great deal. So it's just the two are hand in hand, so.
Certainly a good question, and I think that CEO Gowdy did have a list of some of the items that contributed towards utilizing additional water that was not metered, firefighting, leaks, genuine leaks and whatnot, construction hookups and that type of thing, but that's certainly a fair enough observation. To be clear though, if we purchase 100 cubes of water, we are sending 109 wastewater or sewer back, correct?
Yes, that's what the calculation means. And if I may,
Mhm.
Mayor Creasy, thank you, Councillor Dallas. If I understand your question correctly, is that percentage based on what the city purchases from the commission, or is it based on what the water meter billing data says? Because there is a slight discrepancy there.
Sure.
And I understand the city is undertaking a water loss analysis as well.
Yeah, that's right. And so just kind of to what the mayor just said, yeah, if we, sorry, now I've lost it. But yeah, I appreciate it. So I'm just thinking that the two are just very much connected, and it's posing a problem for both systems. So thank you.
Chief Gowdy?
It could be, but this is kind of my point from earlier too. To the mayor's point, to come up with a industry standard, as you've posited, seems problematic because there's only a portion of people that are actually able to even come up with that number. And then further, there's such individual community characteristics that could drive the change. So to Councillor Dallas's point, it could be that, or it could be that Lacombe has a high groundwater table. And so no matter what you do, you're always just going to be pumping a bunch of water that's leaking into the pipes. And there's no way to solve that, period. Also to Councillor Dallas's point, people might be dumping a bunch of water on their lawn. In fact, I know they do all the time. And that doesn't go into the sewer. So there's these, to draw kind of the how much water we buy to how much water we pump, it's a nice, thumb in the air, which way is the wind blowing type metric, but it's not really something that can be accurately compared between different communities like that. And so that was my point earlier to where Councillor Gullickson said, well, we know it's an extreme problem. Do we? Is it an extreme problem, or is Lacombe in the middle of the bell curve as it comes to this? And it's only been highlighted because of the
differential
high cost that we suddenly, when we switch over to a new service. Because I do think it's important for council to know that there is room for improvement in the water system. There is room for improvement in the wastewater system. But Lacombe's systems are not decrepit, falling apart, poorly maintained things. There are genuine environmental factors that could contribute to us having high I&I, even after we fix every cross connection and plug every manhole so there's no rainfall response. You could still be pumping back 105% of the water you purchased. That's very possible, right? We could have a perfect system and still be doing that. Is that accurate?
Thank you, CAO Gowdy. Going back to the graph again, and you're right on those items in that the base wastewater flow is wastewater plus the olive green groundwater infiltration. And so I can't confirm the volumes, but that groundwater infiltration might be similar to what people are watering on their lawns. And in that case, the return is 100%, right? If what the watering on the lawns equals the groundwater infiltration, it's 100%. I would like to get away from that 90, that industry standard term. It's a typical of 90% is what that one slide said. And it's less of a comparative analysis to your neighbors or other communities and more of a level of service discussion on what council wants to prioritize. As we know, as CEO Gowdy said, wastewater is just one of many items that you as governors of the city need to focus on. And so if you can take out that peak, if you draw a line there, you can take out that peak, the low hanging fruit, as Mayor Creasy said earlier, that would be the initial focus. And then it's more of a level of service discussion on, okay, do we want to lower that line down and take off more of that rainfall? Or does that go to the water system or the police department or the road network and or the community infrastructure? There's many other facets for a city for sure. But this study wants to identify that low hanging fruit to allow council to make that decision. Did you have other comments to make?
If I may.
Just to,
Yeah, Joseph,
Oh.
go ahead.
go ahead, Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and Chair Gowdy. To your point, I have done several I&I studies in wastewater systems and sewer systems across North America and especially in Canada as well. Currently finishing up one in Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, a smaller segment along a lake where a small event will just pump up straight up water into the system based on where the system is located and all that kind of stuff. What I can speak of with not having completed the analysis all the way through, but seeing data from 2 years, I like seeing graphs, I like seeing numbers, I like seeing pictures. But one thing I can tell that the system in Lacombe does not scream out loud saying I have a problem. Does not scream out loud saying I have a huge I&I problem. There is, but there's no system that is tight, watertight. There's every single system in the face of this planet is going to have some leaks and joints everywhere. But I think Say Gowdy made a very good point. The system here shows some amount of I&I in the system. The system here shows some amount of I&I in the sewers, but it's not to the extent that, oh, I have a huge I&I problem. To date, I don't think we've seen a very clear low-hanging fruit. We are still doing the analysis, but I would say that goes up saying.
It was worthwhile replacing most of our wooden pipelines then. Anyway, I just longer than what we had anticipated. Are there any other additional questions or concern? There was some lights on. Did we just give up or were your questions answered fully, Council? Very good. Gentlemen. You don't really receive those in sharing presentations for information or no? No? Just, and as a gentle reminder that we need to be using our recently implemented voting system. So this ought to go over good from my perspective, since I missed the first one. So let's do an easy one here and perhaps have a motion to receive the looks like Councillor Gullickson's ready to go.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'll move that we accept the presentation as information.
Thank you. I'll have everybody put in their votes, please. I can see the speaker list and I see no indication. Perhaps a reminder, how do I determine that everyone has voted? Is there a visual indication? It says that my vote was registered successfully. It doesn't anything about everybody else, though. Which is great. And how would we convey that to the chair that it has occurred? Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It's better. Thank you. Good to see that that works. Councillor Hibbs?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Just in regards to the vote that we just took, not the vote itself, but the process, is that shared online? What we see as far as who voted in favor and who doesn't? Because I had that comment following the time that we were experimenting with this the last time, that the observers online were not able to tell how we were voting. So that actually is problematic. So I'm just asking if that has been addressed, or if that's still the situation, or if I'm mistaken to begin with. Okay, so I'm just suggesting then, if we are going to use this system today, then either I would suggest Mayor Creasy, or perhaps our legislative coordinator would read out the results then, if there is a situation where it's not a unanimous vote, just because otherwise people watching will not be able to tell how we voted, as opposed to in the past when we would obviously raise our hands. That's at least a visual. So that would be my request, please.
Certainly, and a good one it is. So for the information that was flashed up on these screens in here, our guests online were not able to view that. Very good. Thank you for clarifying that. And in this case, that vote, exciting as it was unanimous. Anything else before we continue? Very good. Let's move into requests for decision. And the first item up is our bylaw 497, the municipal heritage designation for the Dennehy block. Manager Hackett, I understand that you're going to be leading this item. And no stranger to this room, Peter Bouwsma, thank you for joining on behalf of the Municipal Heritage Resource Committee. We appreciate that. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Good evening, members of council. My pleasure to be here tonight to present for your consideration bylaw 497 and to have Mr. Bouwsma's assistance. So bylaw 497 is a bylaw to designate the Dennehy block as a municipal historic resource. This building was built in 1913 and is located downtown on 50th Avenue. Lots A and B, block 2, Plan 2790AJ. And the owners, who are not able to be present tonight, but they did approach the city of Lacombe earlier this year and request municipal designation. The location of the property, shown here in yellow, is right in the historic part of downtown. And you can see there 5012 50th Avenue on the north side there. And the next slide shows the current, how it looks in the last couple years, the Dennehy block, and it's owned by Doughton and Company. You can see it there on that would be, depends, I guess, which screen you're looking at, but on the left side of the slides when you're looking face on. This is a historic photo of the same, looking from approximately the same location in 1914. And so a little bit grainy, that picture, but you can see in general that the building looks very much the same as it did almost 100 years ago. The original owner was Mr. C.R. Dennehy, and he was one of Lacombe's first jewelers. In 1906, actually, he set up business in Lacombe in a different location close to the downtown, and must have been very successful, because the local paper reported that by 1908, his repairing business has grown so rapidly that he has found it necessary to secure the services of an expert watchmaker. So Lacombe at that time was experiencing high growth, the railway, agriculture, immigration to the west. Lacombe was really growing. And in January 1912, Mr. Dennehy bought the land from Frank McClear for this building. And the location had been a hotel. It had been part of a hotel, but became vacant due to a fire. And so this parcel was subdivided out. And that occurred to me then that this was an early infill. This is probably maybe one of the earliest infill projects in Lacombe, and certainly a successful one. In April 1913, they started construction on the building, and by October 30th of that year, they held their grand opening. So there have been some renovations to the building over the last 99 years, but it's primarily intact. And I came across on the internet, I don't know if there was a copyright issue, I hope not, but this is an old postcard of Lacombe. It doesn't have a year on it, but when it was Barnett Avenue rather than 50th Street. And you can see again the Danik building on the left-hand side there, but I'm not quite sure of the year of this before 1920, Mr. Bausma says. So originally, the building had the jewelry shop on the main floor, and then the upper story was offices. There was some signs for law office and residential. Later was served as a registry office for the region. It is built in the typical form for commercial buildings in Alberta at that time, and so it's a long, narrow lot. And you can see kind of that standard commercial in many downtowns in central Alberta. The shops were built up to the lot lines. So really there's a zero lot line. And as a result, the architectural detailing, the windows are all on the front. So it's a long, narrow building with all of the fancy stuff, I guess, on the front of the building. You can see here in just another photo, I think that was in the statement of significance in the council package, but this one had the law office in the upper windows. So that's evidence of the law office being there at that time. This is a photo from 2012, 2018. And then this year as well, taken as we were preparing for this report. I will now turn the presentation for some architecture information over to Mr. Bausma.
Thank you very much. The first item noted is the Edwardian classical revival style. I did a talk recently with the Lacombe and District Historical Society as part of their virtual speaker series, talking about the Edwardian architecture in Lacombe. And the Edwardian period typically refers to 1901 to 1910, when King Edward was on the throne. This particular building is a little bit beyond that, but they did consider extending that time period of Edwardian type structures, etc., beyond his reign, because it continued on for a little bit longer. And the Edwardian period basically refers to the fact that, if for sure the time period, but also to the fact that there was a desire to have things a little bit more practical, easier, functional, and not so cost prohibitive as the previous period, which is Victorian. It's called classical revival because it brings back the revival portion. It brings back some of the real classical elements that were used in prior architecture periods. This, of course, is a masonry building, which was required from the bylaws that were created in 1906 due to the number of fires that were happening, that had happened in the town of Lacombe at the time. And so basically all four walls of the building are masonry finish, not masonry complete construction. One thing that I would like to say is that we are, as a Heritage Resources Committee, very, very pleased with the fact that the present owner took upon themselves and to some expense to bring the building back to the beauty that it is today. They would probably tell you there's still more to do, and I would agree with that. But at the same time, they did substantial work on the building, including foundations, which would allow the building now to stand for a substantially longer period of time. I went in the building prior to this happening, and yeah, there was some concerns, and you could tell in the back of the building there were some cracks and that sort of thing. But they've taken care of all of that and quote unquote restored it. The beauty of what they also did is when they did a number of new fenestration openings in the rear of the building, the north side, which was to their wishes. But they did take all the brick down because that was part of the problem in the back there was the brick. But they took all the mortar off, reused the brick, put it in the opposite way. In other words, the side that hadn't been exposed for years and years and years now is. And so we really appreciated the fact that they used that brick again. And what's really kind of cool is that it's Lacombe brick. It was manufactured within the limits of the town of Lacombe. They also repaired replaced windows with very similar windows that were there before. They did make a couple of opening changes, but those are not detracting away. The original storefront is still there. Original door is still there entering the shop. And so a lot of the stuff that is from the original construction is still evident. And that's really exciting. That's it.
Thank you. And I just wanted the opportunity to show this photo because it's a beautiful picture of Lacombe, but also it shows how this building contributes to the Lacombe style of architecture. So you can see that entire street with the red brick, the two-story, the storefront, and the windows, and you can see that the Danick block has a key piece in that style. So the Historic Resources Act of Alberta allows Alberta municipalities to designate significant properties or buildings as places of importance in their community to protect them. Lacombe has been very fortunate to have a number of municipally designated sites. The most recent, council might recall, was the Trimble Residence earlier this year. In March, the Heritage Resources Committee voted unanimously to recommend support of designation for this building, the Danick block. And so it is recommended both by administration and the HRC tonight that council give second and third reading to bylaw 497 as presented to designate the Danick block as a municipal historic resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Make the first recommend motion that council give second reading to bylaw 497 as presented to designate the Danick block as a municipal heritage resource, if I pronounced that correctly.
So I just wanted to clarify with Manager Hackett that the motion is for municipal historic resource or heritage. The motion on the RFD says heritage, so if we wanted to change it to historic.
I think I made that error one other time too. So
Okay.
that's two strikes. I'm sorry. Yes.
Everybody wants to hear now? Thank you. And that is unanimous. Thanks, everyone. Any additional motions for consideration? Councillor Hoekstra, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I move that council give third reading to bylaw 497 as presented to designate, we all want to say the Danick block, but I hear use Danick block as a municipal historical resource.
Probably the only one here that remembers when it was initially named is Councillor Gullickson, so we should consult him as what the proper naming is. I had to do it, Don. Had to do it. Please. Councillor Hoekstra?
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I did want to make a comment. I appreciate the enthusiasm of the two of you as you present tonight. And I think that it speaks well to Lacombe about that we are doing a lot of this designation right now, and it has a lot to do with the two of you. So thank you for your enthusiasm and the beautiful pictures.
And we do have the other vote up for your consideration now. Good, and that is unanimous as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Director Lapointe, looks like you are up for item 6.2, the Community Builder Partnership Policy, please.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy, and good evening to Council. This evening, Council is asked to endorse a draft revision of the Community Builder Partnership Policy. Should Council choose to endorse the draft policy, administration will take the policy to the Lacombe and District Recreation Parks and Culture Board for their review and input. As you probably recall, the current policy dedicates $50,000 a year to the fund, which is used to advance community-led capital projects. The fund has been accessed 4 times since its creation in 2012, including the Lacombe Fish and Game Association's upcoming Accessible Dock project. At the same time, the city also contributes funds for distribution via the Recreation and Culture Grant Program. The scope of that program is limited to new activities, programs, and services, and does not include events or smaller capital projects. Administration proposes to consolidate these 2 programs and expand the scope of the resulting policy to include programs and events. The revised Community Builder Partnership Policy would have a total budget allocation of $100,000, with $50,000 dedicated to capital projects, $50,000 for programs and events, and this would represent a total increase of $30,000 over this year's total committed funding for the existing policy and program. The goal of the revision is to promote and support successful independent operations by allowing applicants to build a solid base of consistent users. The revised policy will further empower the Lacombe and District Recreation Parks and Culture Board to foster innovative community projects, programming, and event opportunities by flexibly applying financial support to applicants. Additionally, the board would approve funding for capital projects, programs, and events below $10,000. Likewise, council would be responsible for approvals above that threshold with recommendations received from the Lacombe and District Recreation Parks and Culture Board. As always, council can approve capital projects above the $50,000 annual contribution by accessing the fund reserve. The revised policy will also assist in filling gaps identified by next year's community needs assessment in alignment with the City of Lacombe's council strategic plan. Council would receive an annual report from the Lacombe and District Recreation Parks and Culture Board, identifying all programs, events, and capital projects that have received funding throughout the year. Once again, council is endorsing the draft revisions presented this evening. With that endorsement, administration will collaborate with the Lacombe and District Recreation Parks and Culture Board to identify any additional recommendations for council's review and consideration. Administration is recommending that council endorse the draft revision to the Community Builder Partnership Fund policy this evening. With that, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Lapointe. Looks like we have a few questions for you. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Do I recall in the past with the capital projects, there was a percentage of the total project? Okay, so for example, moving forward, if there's a concert that's 100,000, are we going to, like, you don't want to drain down the whole pot. Are we going to have a percentage that's the same as what that was structured in the past with the capital projects?
Chief Cody.
The capital project, 25% maximum city funding remains in place. We did not put a maximum on the others, partially because the calculation of actually the cost of running an event is very challenging. You'd have to account for potentially volunteer contributions, for example. And partially because we didn't want to restrict council. If you do get an opportunity for a major event that maybe has some uncertainty as to how much revenue it'll generate, some of these events, if things go well and the weather's good, you could get a positive cash flow, and if not, it could be very poor, as you well know from your time with Lacombe Days. And so it was decided that we would not put any sort of limitation, that would be to council's discretion for those major events as to how you wanted to fund it.
Is that what you were referring to, or specifically with the recreation board?
Yes, I just didn't see a percentage for compared to what the past of being on the recreation board. It was a percentage of the total capital project from being a recreation board last term and this term. So the question was answered. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. So my question had to do with when it would be a program or an event or a concert. What if it became annual? Or is this like a one-of request, or how, like, I didn't see anything in here, but maybe I missed it about whether it's a once or like an annual thing.
So the intent is that it is in place to get these things off the ground. And so you would have up to 3 years of funding, but it would be kind of we called it sunset funding, but it would start at a certain level and then decrease with the hope of it flying on its own after.
Does it say that somewhere in here that I missed? I miss it? Okay, sorry.
It's not specifically in the RFD, it's in the guidelines and the attachments. But I will say that if an event was successful, there was belief that we could actually grant a certain amount of dollars on an ongoing basis, which is what we refer to as operating grant dollars as well. So if it did perform at a certain level and was contributing to the community, there would be some flexibility from the board's side of things to put forward those dollars.
Councillor Connick.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So we put 50,000 every year for the operating side, or whatever you want to call it. And they only allocate 30, so there's 20 left, and we put another 50 in. Does Lacombe Parks and Recreation now have access to 70 the following year, or is the reserve fund strictly for council?
Reserve fund is strictly for council. So in the scenario you used, you're correct, the 20 would go into the reserve, but the reserve is a combination capital and I suppose marquee major events. If council were to say, yes, I do want to support the Alberta Seniors Games, you would likely be accessing funds from that reserve and that year's allocation.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you. I'm just looking for the recommended motion. Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'll make the motion that council endorses the draft revised community builder partnership policy and directs administration to consult with the Lacombe District Recreation Parks and Culture Board for recommendation to be considered and adopted in 2023.
Thank you. Just some further clarification. And so the Recreation Board, previous to this consideration, allocated a dollar amount of what?
20,000 for the Recreation and Culture Grant Program.
And that will increase to $50,000. Okay. And with the consideration of the additional 50,000 being allocated at the discretion of council.
Correct. I should clarify, 50,000 is the total that is available. If we exceed the $10,000 threshold, council will have the opportunity to make that decision. That would not fall to the Recreation and Culture Board at that point.
Based on a recommendation from them.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Councillor Connick.
Thank you. And just further clarification, as we've done in the past with the capital side of it, this is subject to budget consideration year over year. So yes, we're approving the additional 30, but next year's budget, they only get another 10,000, for example.
Correct.
Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. So I'm still tripping over the 50,000. It's really 100,000 every year, is it not? Isn't that what I'm reading here? 50 from the, and then 20, and then an extra 30, like it'll be 100 total. That'll be contributed to it. Okay.
Everyone's got enough information, questions are answered? Very good. We do have a motion before us then. I'll have you enter your votes, please. And that did flash by rather quickly as it scrolls through, but I believe that was unanimously in favor. Thank you. And I understand that we've got some new portraits to display. Chief Gowdy, item 6.3.
Only if you direct us so. To this point, we have not made any orders or purchases, but we did want to give council the opportunity to give us some direction on how you want to proceed now that Her Majesty has passed, the period of mourning has passed, and we are looking to either remove the photo of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth and replace it with nothing, or with His Majesty. So the information is before you. It has been a traditional practice in the city of Lacombe and many other communities in Alberta to display the royal monarch within the council chambers. However, there's no requirement to do so, either under your own bylaws or any provincial legislation. So we just wanted to, as this is sort of your area, we wanted to get your input on whether to replace it or not.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I guess my first question is the recommended motion here mentions about head of state in council chambers. And I was just curious, unless I missed it, sorry, that would this lead the decision on the rest of the public buildings, or is that being held or handled separately, or is the only proposed place to have the head of state be chambers and not municipal buildings?
So this is just for the municipal building. I can't speak for the Lacombe Police Service, but the fire service currently has a photo of Her Majesty, and I think that they would likely follow suit with council's decision here this evening, although I haven't actually confirmed that ahead of time.
So just for clarification, I've never actually looked. I guess I probably should have looked, but you're just so used to seeing it, it just sort of becomes a thing for us. But like, you know, is there one at the LMC? Is there one at the arena? Is there one at the curling rink? Is there one? Do you know what I mean? Like, what sort of scope are we looking at?
The only three that I'm aware of: council chambers, Lacombe Police Service, and the fire department. I'm not aware of any at other municipal buildings.
Coordinator Bellabono, you have some additional information?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. We do have one portrait of the Queen, Her late Majesty, at the county room, I believe, at the LMC. And they are just going to follow through with council's decision for council chambers, as will Lacombe Police Services have also said they would just follow your direction.
So I'm really, because the mourning period has ended, I think it seems odd to have one of a former monarch. It seems very odd to me. It's whether or not council wishes to continue on with a practice that is not necessarily legislated. It's just traditional. We've been accustomed to that. So wait for input from council. Councillor Connick.
Thank you, Mayor Chris. Yeah, no, I would support that. I'm just curious. I don't think has this coronation actually occurred yet? Like, do we have a photo that we can even use, or do we have to wait till that occurs?
Well, I'm sure the photos will be made available. Coordinator Bellabono.
To answer Councillor Connick's question, my understanding is that until His Majesty visits Canada or has made an official presentation of some sort to Canada with his Canadian insignia, then portraits will be made then and available on the website. Could be a year from now.
Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I guess I endorse this. No circumstances have changed in terms of how we are still part of the Commonwealth. We've had this practice. There isn't any reason to not continue the practice. So I would like to make the motion if that's all right. Yeah. I move that council endorses the display of a portrait of the head of state in municipal buildings. Is that?
That's correct. Thank you.
Or that's a great one, as they're currently displayed. Sure.
I don't think it's the desire of council to have additional portraits put up in each
No.
and every room of every municipal structure. Very good. So we have that for consideration. And then would there be an expectation that the current ones go to perhaps our museum or?
We will definitely inquire with them if they have interest in.
Very good. Anyone else? Councillor Hibbs?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. And I apologize if you mentioned this already, but would these be removed then ASAP, or is there a specific time period they're meant to be left up regardless of whatever decision that we come up with here as far as replacing them?
Thank you, Councillor Hibbs. The understanding is that the portrait of Her Late Majesty is to stay up until his portrait is available.
Well, no, I didn't expect that. That's very interesting. I thought once the morning period was over and discussing this, that it would be taken down, but if that's protocol, I don't really have a problem with it. Does anyone else? Very good. So we're being preemptive here for consideration. We do have a motion before us, and I will call the vote. Very good. This is such a secret ballot. I think we're going to do this one the old style. All those in favor? Very good. So when that's made available, you can move forward with updating those portraits in the spaces that we discussed. And what time are we at here? A little after 7. Anybody need a break? We can continue on the next item. Let's take 5 minutes and we'll reconvene it thereafter. Thank you. We're good to go. We're back online. Thank you very much. We're reconvened, everyone, and we'll move to utility bylaw 450. Please, Director Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy, and good evening, Council. Bylaw 450 was presented for first reading on October 24th, 2022. The bylaw version presented tonight for second and third readings includes proposed bylaw enforcement related and repeal amendments that were not included in the version at first reading. The amendments are highlighted in red in the bylaw itself and the executive summary of the council report. The amendments from first reading also include the introduction of a monthly paper bill or a hard copy fee that will start in 2024 to coincide with planned billing system updates in 2023. Bylaw 450 incorporates 4 major updates to the city's utility bylaw. 1, a new utility rate model developed in 2022 for the water, wastewater, and solid waste utilities. The model prioritizes utility rate stability and predictability, the fair distribution of costs across customer classes, and full cost recovery of the utility. Service level change number 2, service level changes aimed at reducing staff time spent managing unpaid utility accounts and manual meter readings. 3, the proposed bylaw aligns with current service levels. For example, removing references to curbside recycling and updating the solid waste diversion charts in Schedule D. It also includes the elimination of redundant clauses and the use of more straightforward and consistent language overall. And number 4, the proposed bylaw adds penalties to Schedule C for specific bylaw provisions to streamline bylaw officers' enforcement under the utility bylaw. The council report summarizes each of these proposed changes, and I will speak specifically to the proposed new rate structure and the service level changes today. However, I'm happy to address any questions council may have about bylaw 450. I'd also like to highlight that at the end of the council report, there is a typical customer profile for various customer types and a utility rate impact summary, which further explains the rationale and impact of the proposed changes in each of the city's 3 utilities. So the first update I'd like to highlight tonight is the proposed new rate structure. The utility rate model that was developed is an in-depth Excel-based spreadsheet following the American Water Works Association cost of service utility rate principles and the Alberta Utilities Commission's decisions. The utility rate model addresses a key inequity issue of the residential sector paying a disproportionate share of the city's solid waste disposal costs, as reported at the June 15th, 2020 council meeting. The model accomplishes this by introducing a tiered disposal fee for all non-residential city utility customers, regardless of whether they utilize city collection services. This means that businesses that choose to contract their solid waste collection services to a qualified contractor will be required to pay for a portion of the disposal costs on an estimated volume basis incurred by the city. The model also introduces tiered water and wastewater fixed fees based on customer meter size and wastewater service line size to address less significant rate inequities in those utilities. The cost impact of these changes on the medium, large, and very large businesses in the city is significant. For this reason, administration is proposing to phase in the new rate structure starting in 2024 through to 2027. Still, by 2027, the new rates for medium, large, and very large businesses are estimated to double, or in some cases triple, their estimated monthly bill by 2027, depending on whether or not they currently utilize city solid waste collection services today. Small businesses that utilize city solid waste collection services today are less impacted by the changes, and they include a approximately 5.3% year-over-year change over 2024 to 2027. The typical single-family home utility bill will remain largely unchanged between 2024 and 2027. Following third reading, should council choose to do so, administration is asking council to endorse the transition to the proposed new rate structure from 2024 to 2027. If endorsed, administration will, in 2023, advise non-residential customers of the pending rate changes and provide them with an avenue to adjust their fixed rate tier. For example, install a smaller meter or reduce the number of solid waste bins or tipping frequency. Staff also need time in 2023 to prepare the billing system to align with the new rate structure. However, in 2023, Bylaw 450 proposes a utility rate increase based on the average utility revenue requirements for each utility according to the model between 2024 and 2027. but no rate structure changes are proposed to take in effect in 2024. This means that the typical customer utility bills will be an estimated 3.9% higher in 2023 compared to 2022. It also means the tiered rate structure will not begin to take effect until 2024. The other update I'd like to talk to you about tonight is the service level changes proposed in the bylaw. In addition to the rate structure changes I just highlighted, bylaw 450 proposes 3 service level changes. 1, all new accounts are to be in the name of the property owner, allowing existing accounts to be transitioned into the name of the owner when the current tenant occupancy ends. 2, change the manual meter reading frequency from monthly to quarterly. And 3, a new charge for unmetered water used for pressure testing and flushing. The first 2 changes expand staff capacity within the existing FTE by significantly reducing staff time spent managing unpaid utility accounts and processing manual meter reads. The last change will generate additional revenue for the city water utility by requiring land developers to pay for the water used to commission their new water mains. More information on each of these changes is provided here. Change 1, the utility accounts in the name of the owner. Currently, the utility service account can be set in the name of the tenant or the owner. If an owner's account becomes delinquent and remains unpaid, the city transfers the bill to the owner's property taxes. In that situation, the utility revenue is deferred, but will ultimately be collected. However, if a tenant's account becomes delinquent and remains unpaid, the city does not have the same option to transfer the bill to the owner's property taxes, and some or all of the revenue is written off depending on the success of the collections agent. For this reason, for tenant accounts, water shutoffs are the city's only way to prevent further lost revenue from unpaid bills. The city typically writes off $12,000 to $15,000 a year in unpaid utility bills. And while realizing cost savings is good, the administrative time savings it creates is much more significant. Staff spend approximately 5 to 15 hours per week on average administering the shutoff process. This is contrasted against the time spent on transferring an owner's delinquent account to taxes, which is 3 to 4 hours per month on average. Regaining this time will allow the utilities clerk and other support staff to prioritize utility account analysis and billing system improvements. Bylaw 450 proposes that all new accounts be in the name of the property owner, requiring existing tenant accounts to transition into the name of the owner when the occupancy ends. This change affects approximately 836 tenant accounts, and this means that regardless of the mailing address the bill is sent to, the owner is responsible for the bill. VAT on the city's financial system struggles to generate duplicate bills for both a tenant and an owner, but it can send a utility bill to the owner's address and the tenant's address. That both bills will be in the name of the owner. So owners would have to make arrangements or consent to the tenant that they can open up the city bill. It will have the owner's name on it. However, the owners who choose to have their bill sent to the tenant's address would have to sign a waiver acknowledging their ultimate responsibility for all utility charges incurred at the property. And change number 2, manual meter reading frequency. The city has approximately 40 manual read accounts, which are currently read monthly. An operator must physically check manual read meters, and the updated reading must be manually entered into the billing system for each account. The city charges $25 per month per manual read account. Bylaw 450 proposes to change the reading frequency to quarterly. Because this reduces staff time on the manual reading process, the proposed monthly charge is $8.50 a month. Change number 3, charging for unmetered water used by developers. Currently, water used by land developers to flush and test new water mains is authorized non-revenue water. This means the city allows developers to use the water, but is not tracked and does not return revenue to the water utility, appearing as a loss. Bylaw 450 proposes to charge land developers for the cost of water based on a pipe volume calculation. If approved, the city will calculate the water charge and include it in the development agreement so it is known upfront. In conclusion, following the 3rd reading of this bylaw, administration is seeking council's endorsement to begin phasing in the new rate structure from 2024 to 2027. And if approved, administration will inform non-residential customers of the pending rate changes 4 times in 2023 in utility bill mailouts. And administration will consult with non-residential customers by providing them with a process to ensure the fixed rate tier assigned by the city is accurate. If the new rate structure is not endorsed, administration will inform the public of the 2023 rate changes in conjunction with the adoption of the 2023 budget. And finally, if approved, administration will inform all customers 4 times in the 2023 utility bill mailouts and social media of the new requirement for new accounts to be in the name of the owner. Council and Mayor Creasy is my presentation on bylaw 450.
Thanks, Director Thompson. Appreciate that. We give everybody a chance to formulate some questions. I was curious, what was the reasoning for postponing the introduction of the monthly paper bill or hard copy fee till 2024? I think we can all agree that for a lot of people, this is not going to be a particularly welcome fee. However, I would prefer that it was a smaller amount and maybe started a little earlier to encourage what I think will be the vast majority of people to use electronic copies. Do we have the technology in place to be able to do that, or what was the reasoning for it, postponing till 2024?
Mayor Creasy, to your point, it's a technology limitation in our Vatamar billing software. And so we are proposing to include a line item in the schedule to introduce it, but it's a very manual process to separate out who logs in and requests an electronic bill. It's kind of through a different system. And so the short answer is it's a technology limitation that we want to bolster in 2023 so that we do have the ability to charge for a hard copy bill without introducing a highly manual process on our end.
Okay, fair enough. Do we have the ability to include a note on the bills then? Because I would like to make people aware that this is pending and get them on board and make it stand out very well on the bill that it's coming, so that people cannot say that they didn't know about it and whatnot, because 2024 isn't that far away. Do we have the ability to at least do that?
Mayor Creasy, certainly we do. The whole utility mail out is something we will dedicate several times throughout the year to highlight the changes, and one of them we can make sure that the hard copy billing is going to be one of them.
Okay. And once again, I want to be clear, this is not a money grab. This is to encourage people to utilize a free service that supplies them with the same information. It just saves an awful lot of labor, stamps, stationery, and time, quite frankly, producing an item that the vast majority of people really don't even look at, which is very unfortunate. Councillor Connick?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. The service level changes, yeah, terrific. I think I'm on board with that. The tiered rate structure, I can appreciate what we're going for there, and I think it's fair. That was rather taken aback at how significant the increase will be. As a former small business owner, that's one of those costs that I can remember a time where my toilet ran all weekend and I phoned CEO Gowdy in a panic, all upset, and thinking that my water bill was going to go through the roof. So it's one of those things that you, I guess my question is that how do you designate what's a small, medium? Is it strictly the line of the meter size? Is it strictly like I just think of like restaurants and so forth, the margins are so tight as it is. I mean, they can't really use less water. Is the only solution to meter down? Is it, like the movie theater? I worry about him. Does he have a huge line? God, I hope not, because he doesn't use a lot of water. Like, how do you designate that? How do you?
To Councillor Connick, it's a really good point, and thanks for highlighting it. So the customer types that we're using in terms of single family home or apartment or small business are trying to just connect the rate changes to what might be a typical type of customer. But for example, the water meter, we have the fixed charge for the water meter. We've assigned that to be the up to 1 inch meter class, which is the same as a single family home. So the fixed charges for a small business that has a 1 inch meter or less would be the same as the fixed charges for single family home with a 1 inch or less. And same with, but for a medium business, we've just said, well, that's probably got a larger water meter, 1.25 to 2 inch. That's going to have a different, higher fixed charge on a medium business. But if that business were to determine that they don't need a meter that large and downsize their meter, that would result in a lower fixed charge for that specific business. And so it's really individual components of the rate that a business will have the ability to adjust based on their actual situation. That has a double benefit, especially on the waterfront, where businesses that have meters that are too large will read inaccurate because water meters have a certain accuracy at a certain flow rate. And so if the flow rate is too low for their business, then they can downsize and get the benefit of reducing their fixed tier. So there's an incentive to reducing meter sizes that has a benefit to the city as well.
If I may follow up, Mayor Creasy.
Certainly.
So it is really down to that line that's coming in. So, I might think of Lacombe Ford as a big business, but he might only have a 1-inch water line coming in there, so he's going to be classified as a small business, and which makes sense. I mean, he's only a car dealership. He's not, mind you, he might use more water, but I'm just trying to grasp. Again, I go back to the movie theater. I hope he's not classified as a big business because he's not, right? And then you might have a big line in there. I mean, who pays for the cost to adjust that? Like, who's going to pay if he does have a big water meter in there? Who pays for that?
So at this point, the adjustments of those meters would be borne by the business owner to adjust those meters as they would today. We're not proposing any changes in this bylaw to who would bear the costs of adjusting meter sizes.
And so the water is only one factor in this scenario, though, correct? There's still the solid waste portion of it that goes into determining whether it's the frequency of tipping,
right,
size of bins, number of bins, that kind of thing, right?
Right.
Okay. So to answer your question, I don't think there's a tremendous amount of businesses that have a huge oversized water service. There may be some, but I don't think it's going to be that great a number. Is that a fair estimate?
Yes, Mayor Creasy, I'm just trying to, we have a table in the report that highlights which percentage of how much revenue we're generating from various businesses of various meter sizes, and the large meters is sub 1%, like less far, like 0.1% or something like that would be from very large meters in terms of revenue generated today from those accounts. Very few large meter accounts.
Right, but to Councillor Connick's point that there would be a cost with adjusting that service size, I don't think it's highly likely that there are very many businesses that have a substantially oversized meter just because they have one, because they use a lot more water. I don't think there's going to be an awful lot of them. They're going to say, oh, we've got a 4-inch service, but we're going to cut it down to 1 inch to save some money. I mean, that just doesn't.
I would agree. I do agree that's probably not there, but the system, it's I guess a benefit of having it. If a business hasn't looked at that in a while, right, and they do look at that because they're billed monthly anyway, that they would have a lower fixed rate bill from the city as a result of doing that.
Okay, thank you. Chief Goudie?
Yeah, just to your point, like a 4-inch meter, as an example, would be thousands and thousands of dollars that would have been borne by the building owner at the time. So it's hard for me to fathom a situation where someone incurs those costs for no reason and is just holding a large water meter for the sake of it. I suppose it's possible, but it seems pretty unlikely. I just wanted to confirm, though, the tiering of different business sizes. There's you're tiered by water, but separately you could be tiered differently for for solid waste, depending on your solid waste needs. So it's not just the water meter. That's for the water, and I guess what follows is the wastewater, of course. But the solid waste, which is one of the most significant changes, you might be a large tier solid waste customer and a small tier water customer, for example. That would be actually pretty common, I think.
Thanks for that clarification. Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. This utility bylaw highlighted just some philosophical ideas for me because, so first off, I feel like businesses will carry the brunt of these changes. And if we as a city say we're pro-business, pro-development, are these changes we want to make? I'm just saying, asking these questions. Particularly with the service level change. So we haven't charged developers for the waters they use. Well, maybe that's appropriate because it's one of our ways of being pro-development. The other service level change that accounts have to be in the name of the owner. Well, is that a right thing? Because the owner isn't the consumer of that utility. And so shouldn't the consumer own their own account? So it's philosophical. A lot of what I read here, it makes sense. We've got to make these changes to make the money, but on principle, do we want to make those changes? I know I was scoffed at when I said it before, when we employ someone to stuff our envelopes with our city bills. Philosophically, do we believe in that as a city, that we employ that person to do it? I think we should. As opposed to Mayor Creasy, who would like everything being online. I get why we want to propose this, but I'm concerned about how businesses will look at this. Will they right away say, council, you're anti-business because look at, we're carrying the weight of this? Will developers say, man, we would like a break on our taxes, but here now you're going to charge us for water? I don't. Those are all things I think we should think about as we look at this change.
Certainly fair comments. I don't. However, I do believe in this case that we are allocating the cost to where the consumption is, where the usage is. I think that we are certainly going to hear from landlords that do not appreciate being responsible for the utilities, but in every practical sense, they are in a much better position to collect accounts than what we are in that particular case. And I think that it will reduce our bad accounts, which the costs of which are borne by every user in the city, or every paying user in the city rather. And that simply is not fair. But yes, I expect we will certainly hear from some businesses on that, or from some landlords, especially rather on that item. There's no question about it. Thank you for providing those other communities that choose to go that route too. It seems like seems to be the vast majority, certainly in this area, that have chosen to go that route for, I mean, pretty obvious reasons, in my opinion. But yeah, I expect it will not be received well by some. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I guess I support it in the merits that the end user of, I guess, should always pay. I think fairness is whom is using the service or end delivery. In regards to the landlords, to be quite frank with you, I think the landlords will do the math to reflect on their collection and time and up rents is what I foresee coming. But we have a responsibility for our operational efficiency to demonstrate to the taxpayers that we're utilizing our time and efficiently. But I do understand Councillor Hoekstra's concerns with, as the businesses, I guess I believe in mean averages and fairness is the same policies consistent throughout municipalities of the same collection methods and so forth, that it's consistent to be comparable to other businesses and other communities, and it justifies our administrative decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Question regarding solid waste. Now it's the charges that are going to be charged to commercial customers that are not, that are having their garbage picked up by, or waste picked up by other providers. Is that something new, or is that just being increased?
To Councillor Gullickson, non-residential customers who choose to have a private collections contractor are not charged any solid waste fee from the city today.
Today, but you're going to add that now. Is that correct?
That's what we're proposing in the budget.
And they're also paying then to dispose of that. So you're looking to get these customers back? Is that the thought process here? Because they'll be paying twice for their waste disposal.
No, it's not. The intent isn't to get customers back. The intent is to ensure that the non-residential sector is paying a fair proportion of this disposal cost the city bears at the Lacombe Regional Solid Waste Commission.
Okay, do I not understand that they pay that cost now through their private collection? Do they not pay to have it disposed of?
How the rate is developed by the private contractor may or may not include disposal costs. But if a private collections contractor were to go and originate from the city of Lacombe and go to the say the Prentice transfer station, I guess they may or may not be charged a fee. If they're originating from Lacombe, they wouldn't be charged a fee. The commission does charge, I'd say I'd call it a nominal fee, or less, around the weight of that solid waste from solid waste contractors, but it is far less than what the city of Lacombe residents pay on a per ton basis.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering why we would, if they're paying the fee at the transfer station, why do we care? Whether it's enough or not, that's up to the commission, is it not? To collect that fees to cover the cost of disposing of that material, not the city of Lacombe.
The commission charges the city of Lacombe regardless of how much volume or how much weight that comes to them. And so the fact that those customers are going to the commission or going to the city of Red Deer or wherever that waste is going, the city of Lacombe is incurring a bill that is the exact same amount. And so if they're taking that waste from Lacombe businesses and transferring it to another, say Red Deer, for example, the city's bill, all other things being equal, from the commission is the exact same. And so when customers do that, when the private sector does that, and we aren't capturing those costs, then it just makes the cost to everyone else much, much higher. And so every time a contractor, say, privatizes and leaves the city's services, we've seen the existing rate base having to make up the difference. And so that causes our rates to go higher, and then further incentivizes further private contractors or private businesses to leave. And so it becomes a negative feedback loop that has been problematic for the solid waste utility for some time.
Okay, I'm not 100% clear on it. I think that there's certainly a double charge happening there to that customer. But and the solid waste commission, we get paid per capita, is it not? Did we pay per capita?
That's correct.
Yes. So it's not per customer. It's not like per business or per family. It's per capita. So it's a slightly different formula than what you're describing in a way. I mean, we're paying the same amount no matter what. You're right. But that's whether they're a business or it's our population that dictates the price, not the number of businesses. And I think it's a little unfair.
Well, I think on the surface, I can see your point, Councillor Gullickson. However, in this case, it seems to me that the residential customers are basically subsidizing commercial disposal of waste, which is not really fair to residents. I don't think the commercial customers are paying twice. Currently, they are not really paying their fair share for disposal. They are paying a third-party company, or a third-party company in most instances, for the collection and trucking of that waste, but they're not specifically paying for the disposal portion of it. That cost is borne by every resident based on that per capita fee that you outlined. So I think that this will bring that more into line over time, but I can see what you mean. And once again, will it be received well? No, I don't think that it will. Increases never are. However, it's been a pretty good deal so far for many businesses that choose to use the least expensive third party one. And of course, they can do it cheaper than the city can in many instances because they're not having to pay for the actual disposal of the waste. They only have to pay for the collection and trucking of it. So fine difference, but one that's kind of got to the point where I really think that it's unfair to residents, and it makes the city collection services look as though they are far more expensive than what they genuinely are. It's just that they're paying for the full spectrum of the service. So anyway, Chief Gowdy.
So it's some great discussion so far. I did want to highlight, just in response to Councillor Hoekstra's comments, we've had those same discussions of, this might be something that council actually chooses not to move ahead with. And that's totally fine. We just want to make sure you have the information to make an informed decision. And if you choose to say, well, actually, this is one of the things that we want to support businesses on, that's very fine. But we also heard comments earlier, which were valid in the year from, I believe, Councillor Hibbs, who had compared residential collection rates and services in our community versus various others that showed that Lacombe was actually at the high end of cost with some of the lower complement of services. And so what we're presenting you here today is to say, well, here's the reason. It's not that under this new bylaw structure, those commercial customers would be charged twice. It's that they would be charged one whole fee, both sides of the fee. The situation that you described, in which commercial contractors, solid waste contractors, would pick up from customers here and take it to the landfill, the Prentice, and be charged there, actually is a scenario in which someone would legitimately be charged twice. The commission, in fact, would be charging both the city of Lacombe for that waste and then turning and charging the contractor. So they would, in fact, be charging. So what's proposed here is a way to remedy that disproportionate share of the disposal fee that's been that is currently carried by the residential customer. However, because it has gone on for so long and the problem has become skewed, and then due to the number of residential customers we have versus commercial, correcting that skew, there is going to be complaints because there is going to be an increased cost for businesses, for sure. And correspondingly, with the phased-in rate approach, we don't see an immediate drop to residential rates that's going to result in fanfare in the streets. It's just simply a matter of being able to hold the residential rates at their level for a longer period of time. So it is definitely something you should consider. One of the options before you tonight is to look at second reading of this bylaw and then move to third reading at a future meeting. That is something you may want to consider. Give yourself once.
Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So just a couple questions, two different topics. One on the returning back to the tenants and owners utility billing. So I found that section to be a little bit confusing for my head to wrap around. So because we have this software that's a little bit of a, I don't know, roadblock, I guess. I just want to see what the possibilities are. So the possibilities are, if you want to be able to send a bill to both the tenant and the owner, that would have to be paper. There's no hybrid, or there is a hybrid available. What would that look like?
The ideal situation is the owner signs up online and has that email go to the second email, which is their tenant. That's the ideal situation. Because the owner's giving authorization, doesn't cost anything, the paper's going there, the owner's being included in all correspondence. That's the ideal.
And they see a copy. Okay, so what if for whatever reason, one party does not wish to have it electronically and they really want it on paper? Are you able to do it where one person is getting it electronically and the other person is getting it on paper? So you are tied essentially to whomever the owner, I guess, whatever decision that they decide. Okay. All right, that answers that question. The other one is about the tiered water, just to go back to that. Now, I did notice that we had sort of a community comparison chart in here that talked about, the former topic I just mentioned, the tenants and owners. But for the tiered water, process, and I guess for garbage as well, do we have access to that? Is that a common practice? Is that how most communities do it? Like, are we coming up with something new here? Because I feel like probably not. So is this how it's typically done in other communities and we're just an outlier in this, that we don't do that? Or can you just sort of elaborate on that?
I'll start with the solid waste. Because we have the per capita charge from the Solid Waste Commission is unique. It's more typical where the municipality also owns and controls the landfill, and so there's a more direct correlation between waste generated and the cost to dispose of that waste. And so for that reason, we won't see very many hybrid scenarios that we've proposed, and was also one of the main reasons why we initially recommended advocacy around changing that rate structure at the commission level to a weight-based system. With regards to the water rate, yes, it is. I would say it's more common to have a tiered water rate system than not, compared to our comparators. So it's not reinventing the wheel. There are different tier categories that different communities use. And those are based on other factors that those communities decide on. And so, no, we're not reinventing the wheel to have a tiered water rate, fixed water rate in our utility rate.
Okay, so specifically returning then to the tiered water, other area communities would have that system, so people would be familiar with it. It wouldn't be hard for us to say this has been the practice in Red Deer, this has been the practice in, I don't know, Ponoka, whatever, for years and years, and we have been the outlier, and this is only returning the system, or not returning the system, bringing the system sort of in line with what is, the common practice for the area. I guess that's the question I want answered.
In fact, returning to the system is the correct terminology. The city of Lacombe, or the town of Lacombe, used to have a tiered system, but moved away from it for business incentive reasons, which is why I say it is a worthy discussion to have, to say, is this, because it's not, there's a term earlier of like, that's unfair. And I think that is a dangerous term with looking at these rates. It's not really about justice and equity. It's about what you see as values for your community as council. And in the past, a decision was made to move away from the tiered water model. We're now recommending moving back into it because we think it's a more rational approach. And there is a justification for why that would be the case in terms of infrastructure cost. But you may look at this and decide, actually, I don't want to return to that. I want to keep the flat rate.
If I may have just one follow-up question then on that same vein, would it be administration's observance that has made an impact in the past, that the new direction where we went untiered, was there any measurable evidence that actually resulted in you know, the original intent. I realize that's probably very hard, but I mean, some of you have been around a long time. Like, do you know that people choose to develop or start a business or whatever here in Lacombe because of things like that? I feel like not, but then I don't really know. That's why I'm asking the question.
It is tough to say, but I would say probably not. We have talked to major utility users. We talked with a potentially major utility user and even highlighted this to them. And ultimately they went to a community that does have a tiered model. So I don't think that that's an investment grade decision when people look at it. Now, to Councillor Connick's point, if you are running a business with thin margins, it could be a challenge if the phase in isn't managed appropriately, could be a real sticker shock for businesses.
Councillor Connick.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. That was my point exactly. CEO Gowdy, that, yeah, I think it's hard. I agree, Councillor Hibbs. I don't know if we can even a direct correlation. Mind you, we've had an explosion of commercial growth this last decade, so maybe, but I think there will be, or could potentially be, a reverse where someone gets their bill and says, well, that I can't. How can I continue to operate with this increase in my rates, right? So, yeah, the more I think about this, the more I don't know if I can get on board. I like parts of it. I like the service level. I'm totally on board with putting it back onto the landlords, onto the owners. I get it. The tenants are using the water, but there are landlords out there who, you know, please replace my washer because it's crapping out and using way more. Oh no, that's not my problem. It works just fine, right? I don't have to pay the water bill. You use that 30-year-old wash machine. You know, like you know what I'm saying? Like I don't think there's a lot of that, but there might be a little bit of that. I think it should go back to the landlords myself. So I like parts of this. I like the service level stuff. The tiered rate, I'm struggling with a little bit.
Councillor Hoekstra reminded me that the speaker list, in fact, does appear up here. My apologies for not including her in the last question, but you have the floor now, though.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. It's fun to bug you. Anyhow, I guess I just wondered, is this something that should be test drive it, like, or can we talk to businesses ahead of time? Because I feel like it's a political hot potato, and we have been accused as a city as not being pro-business. And when I see that, even if it's a very large business, they potentially are going to have their fees doubled. That's significant. I'm concerned with it. I'm not into changing taxes for businesses and all. You know, we've had lots of those questions, but here's something that's in place. Do we want to change it? And how can we honestly market this in a positive way? I can't figure that piece out. Like Councillor Gullickson was talking about, even the waste. How do we just finally say, well, you kind of have to pay part of it? Well, then why weren't we paying it before? I don't know. Is there a way of having a focus group to talk about this or not?
Thank you, Councillor. I would suggest, of course, there is a way to have a focus group. However, do we really expect to glean any information from the users that's going to suggest that a path forward for them to pay a more close to a portion of their fair share? I think that's not realistic myself, but we could certainly consult more. Because it has been some time, perhaps we can consider a longer period to reach that equity. Right now it's proposed over, is it 3 years, 4 years, maybe there's a number that is a little further down the line that would be easier to swallow. Because I mean, it does look especially harsh when you see the numbers on there. because people see that drastic increase. They don't see that it's in 2027. So maybe if it was stretched out a little more, maybe that would be a little more palatable. Councillor Gullickson?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Speaking to Councillor Connick's comments about, how the going to owners having the bill in their name and how effective that will be. It's great for the city. It's not great for the owners, obviously. And I've been in a position of collections where you go in on for the gas side, for example, and you go there and all the windows and the house is wide open and it's in the owner's name and he's paying the bill. And the same thing could happen with the water. So just turn it on and leave. And he shows up 2 weeks later and it's ran the whole time. So I think there's abuse that could happen with that. I mean, ideally, as a person that did collections, this would be a dream come true because there isn't any collections anymore. It's automatic. And it's too bad for the owners. So it definitely all the responsibility in my mind falls directly onto the owners and the risk also.
Councillor Hibbs?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Who knew this would take up so much debate? I mean, I really echo what Councillor Gullickson just said there. It is the owner, in fact, that is ultimately responsible, and that is where it should lie. So I'm quite comfortable, as was mentioned earlier, about being good with the service level changes. I would be prepared to move that council give second reading to bylaw 450 with the amendments proposed by administration. So that's not including the utility rate structure because that is a separate motion. Is that correct? I just want clarification on that. So I'm not moving something I don't intend to.
Councillor Hibbs, yes, that is correct. What you'll see in the rate schedule is a tiered breakdown of what those rate structures would be. But right now in 2023, the bylaw has all the fixed tier for water, for example, all the same. So we're not actually making any changes there because our intention, if council were to pass motion 3 and endorse the transition, we would start to adjust those individual line items, phase it in year over year. So as written, you are not making any changes to the rates.
Starting in 2024.
Starting in
Phase in.
the phase in would start in 2024. Yeah.
Now that's only if we actually pass that final. Yeah. So if that were to fail or be altered otherwise, then that would be reflected in like automatically. Like okay. All right. So then I would proceed with the second reading. But I would also make the comment that I don't think we should do third reading, but of course that's up to the rest of council to decide. I certainly won't be moving it. And I will. I also feel like we should have more of a discussion on the third motion. I like the idea potentially of exploring the longer period of time that would be implemented over. But for this motion is simply second reading on bylaw 450.
Thank you. Councillor Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I think I agree with Councillor Connick and Councillor Hoekstra pertaining to the business because I think if we took the amount of water usage, say, for example, a family of 4 or 6 versus some of the businesses, I think that would eliminate a lot of the businesses. So in terms of a number of large businesses that may affect that significant amount of increase of water would be low. That, so you would still be encouraging economic development or be proactive towards business. I would hope that maybe at third reading we could possibly discuss maybe that scenario of maybe some thresholds that would change the levels, if that makes sense. That it might give us a more accurate number of the number of effective businesses to support the more still give that presence of being proactive in business. So and yeah, I think it'd be something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. With respect to specific water accounts, how many accounts are we looking at in the city? 5,000 rough numbers?
Roughly, yeah.
And the top tier was about a 1.5. So there's 75 roughly? I mean, that would be impacted at the top end if it's 1.5%.
Yeah, currently 0.2% of our revenue comes from 6 inches or greater, 3 to 4 inch meters, 0.6%. So it's very few.
I see no other lights on here wishes to speak, so I think we can call the question with respect to 450. You can enter your votes now. So once again, just for, especially for those watching online, this is for second reading. And that was 5-4 and 2 opposed. For the record, Councillors Hoekstra and Connick voted against that motion. Thank you, everyone. Are there any other motions for consideration on this item? Seeing none, I will direct Senior Manager McKinnon to item 6.5, the 2023 operating budget and the 2-year operating plan second draft, please.
Good evening, Mayor Creasy and Council. Tonight, I'm presenting an updated version of the proposed 2023 operating budget and 2024-2025 plan. On October 24th, the first draft of the 2023 budget was presented and included a 5.4% tax rate increase. During the budget workshops on November 1st, 2022, Council directed administration to revise the budget to a tax rate increase and COLA equal to 4%. The tax rate increase of 4% represents a 52% reduction from Council's annual budget and taxation preparation policy. The 4% COLA is also a reduction from the policy of 26% of the compensation policy. The 2023 budget was revised to include changes following the budget workshops. The current draft includes a 4% tax rate increase, 1% special paving tax, and a utility increase of 5.4, 2.4, and 3.6 for water, wastewater, and solid waste services respectively over the 2022 budget. In the 2023 budget presented today, total revenues and expenditures are $190,000, $500,000 lower than the original budget presented to Council on October 24th. The changes in revenues from the first draft to tonight's version is shown in Table 1 in the report. Tax revenue decreased by $223,000 due to a decrease in the tax rate increase from 5.4 to 4%. Fire inspections revenue was reduced by $50,000 to reflect updated projection, and a $90,000 increase in one-time transfer from the operating reserve was required to balance the budget. Table 2 shows the $190,500 reduction in expenses, separating tax supported and utility operations. This reduction is, the reduction in the revised version of the budget includes wages and benefits decreasing by $163,000 due to the reduction of COLA from 5.4 to 4%. Council expenses have increased by a net $18,000 to reflect an increased cost for travel and conferences. The proposed allocation per councillor and mayor is shown in Table 3 in the report. Postage was decreased by approximately $6,000 to reflect actual expenses, and sign upgrades were reduced by $20,000. Transfer to reserves overall decreased by $18,520. A comparison of the revised 2023 budget from the 2022 budget identified by major expense and revenue category is shown in Appendix 1. Appendix 2 shows a comparison of departmental wages and benefits budgeted in 2023 budget compared to 2022. And Appendix 3 shows the breakdown of those changes by department for COLA, new positions, allocations, step increases, benefit changes, and reorganization. Appendix 6 shows the proposed operating budget for 2023 and the 2024 and 2025 operating plans. Just to note, the net increase for 2024 is estimated at 5%. Also, it's important to note that there was 190,000 transfer from the operating reserve in this budget to help offset one-time expenditures and to balance the 2023 budget. I'm happy now to take any questions you have about the 2023 operating budget and 24-25 plan.
Thank you, Senior Manager McKinnon. Appreciate that. CEO Gowdy.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So I would like to make one more proposal to return your tax rate increase to 5.4% from the 4% that you have today. My rationale is as follows. You have a policy that actually identifies a tax rate increase of 8.4% as the policy-driven tax rate. So your reduction to a 4% tax rate is actually more than or less than half of what your policy-driven tax rate would be. When we look to our operating plan for future years, you are currently at a 5% tax rate forecast for 2024 with no increases foreseen for things like a significant COLA due to inflation. The reduction to a 4% from the 5.4%, I believe, is unlikely to generate a significant difference in public opinion. In fact, over 3 weeks ago, the Red Deer Advocate published a story highlighting Lacomb's consideration of a 5.4% tax increase plus a 1% special paving tax. That has not generated significant public pushback. In fact, when I looked on Facebook where someone had shared it, 3 weeks later, there's 10 comments of people that are interested in it. I believe that you're at a time here where you are in a position to be in line with your compatriots. Many other municipalities, large, small, medium, are passing tax rate increases in excess of 5.4% in acknowledgement of the hard times that are being faced both now and likely to come in the future. And I think you have the opportunity to set yourself up for success in the future versus limiting a tax rate increase by 1.4% that will have likely a negligible effect on the tax rate payer today. Someone who is frustrated by a 5.4% tax rate is not going to be happy about a 4% tax rate increase. So I know that this may be an uphill battle, but I would encourage you to reconsider whether a 4% tax rate increase that is funded by withdrawal from the operating reserve, that you are withdrawing a full percent from your operating reserve to make that happen in a year in which I don't believe it's necessary to do so. And in a year in which it puts you further behind the 8 ball, as it were, going into next year's tax rate increase, when I know we'll all be sitting around this table, right? I hope we'll all be sitting around this table having a similar discussion about how we can limit the rate increases and the cost of living impacts to residents of Lacombe.
Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I guess one question is, we are a funding partner for the Wastewater Commission. I guess my question was to who that is, what was the COLA that was agreed upon with that compared to our 4%? I guess also, in regards to CEO's comments, we have a policy in the past that we haven't really even stuck with when we were, could have been 0.5% or 1% difference to stick with COLA. That we maybe in years like this, we could have had more flexibility. Like I think there was a year where we're 0, where inflation was, I don't know what it was, around 1 or 1.5, just for example, that I don't know, we have a policy in place, and although 8% would be absolutely extremely difficult to stick to policy, administration was pretty conscientious to bring it at 5.4. And like in a chart, I think we saw in our budget presentation, we're facing a 2% just because of our capital projects that are required in 2024. If I was not correct in our budget presentation, wasn't there a 2% just based upon capital increases, let alone before considering CPI in future years. So sooner or later, we're gonna may have to go over CPI to cover our capital projects in the next 2 to 3 years. So if maybe you can just verify I'm going off the top of my head, my numbers, CO Gowdy or manager. Thank you.
The tax rate implications that you're referring to are contained in appendix appendix 4 on this does show the tax rate increases that you referred to.
Sure.
You hoping for some additional information?
I'm sorry.
Very good. Councillor Hoekstra?
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. You were just saying, this is to Manager McKinnon, that the increase for 2024 is 5%. What was it for 25?
It goes down to 2%, but we don't have a lot of changes from 24 to 25 that were known at this point.
Okay.
So we've built in a COLA of 2% in both years.
Both
So
years.
the tax rate kind of matches COLA in 2026, 2025, I mean, sorry.
2025. Yeah, because just to echo a bit what CEO Gowdy is saying, and I've been reading a lot of articles of different communities and what they're proposing, and a lot of them are they're showing a fixed percentage that they're proposing for the next few years, like Calgary. What does it say? Calgary is going to, they're going to propose 3.7 over the next 4 years. But that's with an understanding that the household expenditures will go up 7.2%. Canmore is proposing a 12.5 tax increase. Lethbridge is a 3.7, Medicine Hat's 4. And then the next few years, I guess I'm concerned for the very reason that CEO Gowdy was talking about is why would we accept a budget that is so trimmed down at a time like this, and then we would have to compensate for that in another year, especially when it comes to COLA. If we give a lower COLA this year, we're only going to have to increase it next year just when we have the wage adjustment. I support CEO Gowdy's proposal.
Councillor Connick?
Thank you, Mayor Christie. Thank you, CEO Gowdy, for your proposal. I'm not sure I can quite get on board, but and I'm sorry, I didn't get really a chance because of work constraints to really contribute as much as I would have liked during the budget workshops. The whole issue of COLA, I mean, I'd love to pay our employees 8%, match it with inflation, because it's, it's only logical, right? If you're paying 8% more for everything, you should get 8% more, but that's pretty hard to justify. So the whole COLA issue, I think I can live with the 4%. The thing I struggle or try to grapple with the most is the 4 new hires. I don't know, I guess. By the way, I really like how you guys did that in the budget binder. You had those sheets. You gave the rationale, the pros and cons. I thought that was terrific, by the way. I really like that. And on the surface, the rationale for each position makes sense on some level. But I guess I'm trying to grapple with, why do we have to do it all this year? Like, can we not, like, if we did on our list of 4, if we did community safety liaison officer and the project manager this year, and then deferred data analyst and deputy fire chief to next year, like, if we do that, we'll drop a percentage point, but I guess we'll add it to the next year. I don't know. I get the reasons why we're you know, we need new staff from time to time, although I mean, our CEO had alluded to during the budget workshop, maybe we need more people in roads. So I don't know if we should be budgeting. Councillor Hoekstra alluded to that a little bit, like Red Deer knows they're doing 4.79 and 4.38 next year. And Edmonton is doing 3.9 for 4 successive years already, they're budgeting, although they did a 0 in 2020 and now they're paying for it, you know, and we haven't. I just wonder if there's a way we can stagger these new hires, you know, what, just to do it all in one shot. Is the part I'm really grappling with. I wonder if there's a way we can stagger it over 3 years even. Like maybe we need to do, like, I hate comparing to other communities. I hate it when we do that, but maybe we need to start doing more in-depth. Like, I know you have a number, you said 5% for next year and 2% the year after, but maybe we need to really do a little more in depth and say, okay, what does it look like if we budget for 2 new positions every year going forward? And then what does that look like? Instead of trying to do 4 now, like, I don't know, that's this piece of this budget, like, I just can't really grapple with, and I'm not sure I can, it'll be a first for me, but I don't think I can vote yes tonight.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. In the budget presentation, did you not, I guess I'm asking administration, did you not start out at 8 or 10 positions and then selected it down to that 4? As I think each year we've, as a community, demonstrate X amount of percentage of growth. We've seen some commercial and business growth, and I respect that, but with X amount of percentage growth, it has to be relative for extra staff. And you're going to pay for that, what the administration is not going to be able to do either by contracting or hiring that staff. So some way, shape, or form, that task has to be completed. So how do we choose to pay for it? Contracting or hiring? And is it our decision to make that decision for administration, who they hire and when they hire, or to what point do we make that decision of hires? So I guess it's our decision for the money for it, absolutely, but that's
So for myself, as far as the extra positions, I would prefer to see the deputy fire chief position postponed until after the new facility for the reasons I outlined last time. So I am on line with that, Councillor Clonic. I actually could live with the proposed 5% tax increase. However, I'd like to see was it the intention to match COLA to that? Because I would prefer to see it stay at 4%. The whole COLA thing for me is problematic. I really hate that name. The cost of living allowance, to expect an increase in wages just because you have the benefit of having a job at an organization, to me is kind of reprehensible, actually. I do, however, fully endorse the fact that we endeavor to remain at the 50th percentile of our comparators. And for me, I prefer to think of it, because I hate the naming of the COLA, as an interim catch-up, because for financial reasons, we only do the surveys every second year. So it's kind of a halfway thing. So it's a balance. I think the 4% is reasonable in these times to expect to say that that's not going to result in a ridiculous increase at the next survey comparison time. But yes, I could live with the 5%. I would prefer if it was far less, but for the downrange reasons that are outlined, and looking at some of the future projects and whatnot that we have, the workload that current employees have, I am concerned about postponing increases too far down the road for the fear that they may be very excessive. And to suggest that people either don't notice or don't care about tax increases. I think we all know from our own lives and hearing from many people that is certainly not the case. However, there is some truth to the fact that those that will be not impressed with a 5% increase are liable to be of the same opinion with a 4 or a 3.5 or anywhere that's any close. So to shorten up my babbling here, I would say yes, I could live with a 5% tax increase, but I'd like to see COLA stay at 4. There was one number that was mentioned with the nearly $1 million as being proposed to be taken out of reserves. Is that correct, Councillor Gowdy? Or Chief Gowdy, rather?
Yeah, just 1% coming out of the operating reserve for a total of 160,000. 190,000. So sorry, just over 1%.
Thank you. I was obviously getting those numbers mixed up because I thought it's $160,000 difference. How is adjusting this 1% one way or another going to make up that drastic a figure? Thank you for correcting that. If only in my mind, maybe everybody else had it there, but Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So I do, hold fast at 4 and 4. I do, as I mentioned during the budget deliberations, think that the deputy fire chief position would be best deferred, especially to ideally line up with the new fire hall. I think that savings could be offset by changing the 190, whatever we were just talking about, not obviously eliminating it, but it would be an adjustment. So you're still at the 4 and 4. So I still think that's being responsible. I hear the other arguments. I respect the other arguments, but I feel like 4 and 4 is the appropriate budget for us to pass.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Just for clarification, was your support 5 or 5.4 as CO had requested the original, what was brought forward to us, or I guess that was to clarify what, or back to 5 or 5.4?
I was as confused on that as I was on the $1 million to 100,000. I actually thought it was 5 even.
It was 5.4, and much to your question about whether I would match COLA, I'll take whatever you'll give me.
Councillor Dallas.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I guess I had asked some questions and I was provided information regarding our compensation policy, or by asked questions, made some suggestions. So I appreciate the compensation policy and I apologize for not reading it sooner. Obviously, that was passed in 2018. I believe going forward, it could use some adjusting. It was made when CPI was 2% and lower all the years before that. So there possibly needs to be some capping put into that policy. I guess I'm struggling. I was just looking at numbers earlier, and the tax rate increase, like we said, maybe there won't be as many people banging down our doors for it. But looking at the amount of people over the age of 65 in our community, some of them are still homeowners and not living in facilities, but they certainly haven't seen an increase in their wage. And so that was one of my struggles, but I struggle with these higher numbers, but this is my first time through this. So I guess I will have to learn to get through it.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I do echo Mayor Creasy's COLAs. I'm kind of somewhat frustrated at that as well, because I strongly support our administration to be very competitive to retain and attract staff, and for HR, as retention eliminates retraining and so forth. But mathematically, 4% isn't going to even come nowhere close what the cost of household economics increase is. the bottom line is that we are competitive, comparable to the private sector in the first place. And it's like, does, for example, lowering COLA and putting that back into operational make more sense, but have administration through HR keep being competitive for attraction and retention of employees by just having the, I don't know, is there a different factor of your wage bands and the HR and how we're hiring to be competitive and retention and not have to deal with COLA every year? Because it's just, to me, that a 4% COLA increase will come nowhere near what our actual hard number is of our increased cost of living. So to me, it's like, I'd rather just be competitive, forget about COLA every year. But I don't know, that just, and maybe it doesn't make sense, but that just, it would seem simpler.
And I think that's a fair comment, Councillor Ross. However, we do not have a mechanism in place to compare jobs to the private sector. We do compare to other communities of like size and structure. And I think that, once again, with the wording of this COLA, that's where I have a problem with. It is basically an interim means of keeping up with those increases in staffing costs that other communities see, enabling us to keep at that 50th percentile and not having a zero increase one year and then presumably a substantially large one every second year. Is that a fair statement, Chief Gowdy?
Yes, that's what I would say.
Chief Gowdy, go ahead.
So I did just want to address one comment that Councillor Dallas had said, that senior citizens, they're not getting an increase. But in fact, CPP and all pensions that I'm aware of do include an indexing factor. So CPP indexing factor for 2023 is 6.3%. That's based on the past 12 months of Canadian consumer price indexes as published by Stats Canada.
Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I really appreciate your comments that maybe cost of living for us, COLA, is problematic for us, and that it is more, it's the off year increase opposed to when we look at the median wages of other people or other communities. Where it is a good thing is it speaks to our employees. And I think we always, COLA means something to them. And I'm talking about, your average employee, and we do not want them to feel forgotten, if you will. 4% is not them forgotten, for sure not. I had no problems with 4%, but we should always be reminded that what speaks to our employees, what is the thing that kind of reminds them that they're valued and that we try as a city to be good employers. And that's why I always support COLA, and I wouldn't mind a 5.4.
Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Sorry for the operational, to go back to 5.4, what is the appropriate motion? But is it to amend or amend from a 4 to a 5.4?
Chief Gowdy.
I would say, just because I don't anticipate unanimous support there, it would probably be best to make that motion first, to say, I'd like to see the budget adjusted to a 5.4 from the 4. See how that motion goes before considering the budget as a whole. Our intent, we did talk about this ahead of time. The main dial that we'll be using based on council's decision this evening would be that withdrawal from the operating reserve. Potentially we would, for example, if you remove the deputy fire chief fire inspection, that's what will be adjusted. If you adjust the tax rate, that's what would be adjusted, and the same for COLA.
Thank you, CEO Gowdy. I will make the motion that council amend the 2023 operating budget to be 5.4% and 4% COLA. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you. Seeing a lot of other individuals wishing to speak. So I will give our IT personnel as long as I can to craft that motion electronically, so it's available for us to vote on. Councillor Hoekstra.
Just a question. Thank you, Mayor Creasy. A question to Councillor Ross. Does that motion also include eliminating the deputy fire chief?
My opinion, council already shaped down the number of what we requested as it did in the budget presentation from, if I recall, 8 or 10 down to the 4. Supporting administrations that I think that the demand of training and the absence of proper inspections, as I can list several businesses that have never been inspected, I support administrations.
Scotty, given there seems to be some difference of opinion with specific items, by voting on this first item here, we still have the option of making additional input for the budget. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Mr. Tomnuck, how are you making out? Very good. When the system does update, then that motion will reflect the desire for administration to update the numbers to reflect a 5.4 taxation increase and a allocation of 4% increase to COLA. And that is ready for your input now. Please enter your vote. So as expected, there was some differences of opinion there, and I believe that that item has failed to pass by a margin of 4 opposed and 3 in favor. In favor were Councillor Creasy, or Mayor Creasy. I can't read that quick enough. Those are going through. Mayor Creasy, Councillor Ross, and Councillor Hoekstra. The remainder 4 opposed. Any other motions for consideration? Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. So I would like to propose a motion that the one position, the deputy fire chief, is removed from the budget and deferred. Not that it's not important, but it would be deferred to a later date, and that whole, I guess, for lack of a better word, just be moved to the removal of the money from the general operating reserve. So not making any changes to the overall budget, just sort of a move. So if that makes sense, so a removal of the one position, and that would reduce the amount required to be withdrawn from the operating reserve.
Very good, thank you. So I would suggest that the item before us there is not correct. It was the former one has come up Once again, I don't believe that I have the authority to remove that from the screen, so let's just hang on for one moment. I think it's reasonable to expect that implementing a new system of this drastic a change to our operations takes a while to get the kinks worked out, and inputting motions on the fly is certainly one that is not an easy thing to initiate. And we appreciate Mr. Dominic working with us to make that happen. Any additional comments before we, Councillor Hoekstra?
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I guess I was curious whether it's appropriate if we cut an item, like removing that one position, that we have the directive on what to do on the other side. Yeah, I just is that an okay thing? I'm not disagreeing with it. I just wondered.
That does seem a little odd, but in fact, that would be the result anyway, would it not, CEO Gowdy?
I'm not entirely understanding. Can you repeat it one time?
Sorry, the motion is saying that we'll cut the deputy fire chief position, and then that will result in less money coming out of reserves. So basically telling you what to do on both sides of the budget for the revenue side versus the expense side. Is that appropriate? Couldn't it just be that we cut that position and then you as an administration would figure out what would happen in terms of the budget?
You could do that if you are hoping to see the budget again at a future meeting. We could bring you that back and you'd say, yeah, that looks good. I was hoping that you might consider passing it tonight, in which case we would be fine with that direction. And so just to be totally transparent, I think Senior Manager McKinnon did include it in the memo, but I want to highlight it again. So there will be a difference in both the expenses for the position. There's also a revenue side that was associated with that position. We had reduced it from 100,000 to 50,000 with this version of the budget. So there will still be a net positive of approximately $50,000 from this decision, which would reduce the transfer to from reserve by that amount.
Councillor Hibbs.
Sorry, I was just going to give rationale as to why I worded it that way specifically. It's because I want the change to be a net zero in the end. And it was also mentioned by administration already that that was going to be their avenue, potentially if necessary. So that is why I specifically mentioned that. So I don't see a problem with the motion and I will leave it. I do not want to amend it. I would leave it as I intended originally.
CEO Gowdy, just to be sure then, by wording that way, is there an expectation that has to come back to an additional meeting for approval or no?
No, that would be sufficient direction for us to include in the budget.
Wonderful, thank you. I see that, thank you very much. Is there any additional comments from anyone before we consider the vote? Very good. We can start voting now. All the votes are in. That item is passed by a margin of 6-1. Councillor Ross voting against, so thank you, everyone. And we have any additional items from anyone? Councillor Hibbs.
So at this point, if I wanted to return to now making a motion on the operating budget as presented with that amendment, I would be able to make the motion that council accept the 2023 operating budget as amended. Would that be the correct term? So a 4 and 4 with the one position deferred, but with the corresponding offset, just so that we're fully clear on what it is I'm proposing.
Chief Cuddy, we did have a lot of discussion on this item. There seemed to be a difference of opinion with respect to those two items, the cost of living item and the tax increase item. It appears that some will not endorse this for one reason or the other on that. What would be an appropriate way to consider them separately? Or does that depend on the mover only?
I believe that is dependent on the format of the mover's motion. To consider them separately, one could consider the COLA, then the tax rate increase, or vice versa, separate motions, but that would be to the mover's discretion.
Very good. In the scenario that an item was defeated and then brought back with the same number for a portion of it, though, I could see that where that would be problematic.
Yes, I could see that being problematic as well, but I think you could consider it still a new motion on the floor if there were one or more different numbers presented after the first motion was defeated. Obviously, pragmatically, council does need to pass a budget act. Sometimes there isn't a sort of like a 6-month moratorium on voting on it afterwards.
Thank you. Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I would suggest that parliamentary procedure would suggest that you would move to make an amendment on my motion. My motion's on the floor. It's a valid motion, and I am not taking it back. If you wish for me to do that, you'll have to go through the proper process. So the proper process here would be to make an amendment, amend my motion that the operating budget increase, not the COLA, but the other side of it, the tax increase, would be a different number than what I have proposed in my motion, because my motion's a 4 and 4. So if somebody wishes to change one of those numbers, the proper procedure would be to make an amending motion that adjusts one or the other of those numbers to something else. We would then vote on that. If it passes, then now that technically changes my motion to reflect that, and then we would go ahead and vote on that. If you propose something and it fails, then we go back to what I proposed, which is 4 and 4, and we vote on that. So that's how that would work. So if anybody is willing to make a motion, amending motion on my motion, then now is the time.
Always nice to have that information come right from the top. It's not often we get somebody that explains how to change their own motion from everyone else. So thank you for that. Councillor Ross.
So my apologies, but thank you, Mayor Creasy. So you can make a amendment to split it to say or just the whole motion.
I believe that an appropriate amendment would be to alter, if so desired, for one or both numbers.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry for the question.
So the motion has not come up on my screen yet here. So if no one has any additional comments, we will wait for that to come forward, and you can input your vote now. Thank you. That has been, as expected, a fairly tight vote, and that has been defeated by a margin of 4-3. Opposed were councillors Ross, Connick, and Hoekstra, and myself. And in favor, the remaining 3 councillors, Dallas, Hibbs, and Gullickson. We have any additional motions for consideration? Councillor Ross?
Let's go back to the original as recommend that we do 5.4 operating budget and 4% COLA. Yeah, but the part of the first budget was to not include fire chief, right?
No, that is.
Okay, so we make some progress. Let's split it. Let's do one at a time. Let's do the operating budget at 5.4. Then you can discuss COLA, so we get something accomplished.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Thank you. And your light is still on, Councillor Ross.
Sorry.
No problem. I think for IT, this will go down as a very high pressured evening that, yes, all right. Certainly, Councillor Hibbs.
So just for clarification, this is exactly the same amount that we failed to pass the first time. 5.4 is what the proposal is. Is that correct?
That is correct. And just to throw a curveball at everyone, there are no amendments. We're good to go. Very good. That item is before us now. You may enter your vote. And that is defeated by a 4-3 margin. In favor were councillors Ross, Hoekstra, and Mayor Creasy, and the rest were opposed. Councillor Connick?
I'd like to make a motion to go beyond 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much. That would be appropriate, given it's approximately 5 minutes beforehand. And we will not wait for that entry. We can do that one old school. All those in favor? Those opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Any additional motions for consideration? Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Through all this, and I'm really disappointed about the deputy fire chief. I wanted that one to stay, but anyway, as far as the numbers go, I have voted against all these increases and I voted for the 4%. I could live with 5%, like the mayor proposed originally, instead of 5.4. I don't want that, but I could live with that. So to move forward, I would make the motion that we have 5% tax increase and 4% COLA. That's a different motion than we had before, right?
Well, that is up to the mover, but both together haven't went well.
I know, I know, but I think that that's a fair, those are fair numbers to me.
So just to make sure everyone is on the same page, Councillor Gullickson, that was, just repeat those two proposed numbers for us, please.
5% tax increase and 4% COLA.
Thank you. Expect that one will come up for our consideration relatively quickly, everyone. And prior to that, Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I'd like to amend that motion to be 5 and 5.
Thank you very much. And we will consider the amendment first. Do we have preference to wait for IT to consider the amending motion prior? Or are we prepared to do that one old school? Or does anyone not necessarily care which way we do it? With respect to the amendment, which was to...
Can I make a friendly amendment? Well, just to change the 5, the COLA to 5.
Okay, so it was to increase the
But you're saying no.
COLA to 5. And
It's not a lot.
so all those in favor? Those opposed? We're doing it old school, like I said. But being there was. Thank you very much. So everyone, debate is now closed on that item, and we have before us that motion to amend the 2023 operating budget to a 5% taxation and 5% COLA. And we will find out very shortly that that will be defeated. Oh, sure enough. And we have 2 for Councillors Ross and Hoekstra, I believe. Any other items for consideration? Back to our original motion that we will wait for to come up, which will read consideration for council for a 5% increase to the tax rate and a 4% adjustment for COLA. And you may enter your vote now. That item has passed by a small margin, 4-3. Those for the motion were Councillors Ross, Hoekstra, and Gullickson, and myself. Those opposed, of course, were Councillors Connick, Hibbs, and Councillor Dallas.
The west side.
Thank you, everyone. I know that set of motions was a little painful. However, I think that does show the fact that council is paying attention to the funds here at City Hall. And this time of year is never easy on anyone, whether it's for administration nor the rest of us in this room. And I think that our citizens are well served by the fact that it is a split vote, and we had lots of input for a lot of different ideas. So thank you, everyone.
We need a motion also.
Councillor Gullickson?
Do we need a motion now to accept the budget as amended? No? Already been done?
CAO Gowdy?
Can you repeat the last motion that was passed? Coordinator Bob.
Correct.
The last motion that council accept the 2023 operating budget as amended was defeated. So I believe we would need another.
Yes, so I believe that you will need another motion now accepting the 2023 operating budget as amended, which will be with the 5 and 4. 5%
Okay.
tax rate increase, 4% cool.
Correct.
We have one more hurdle to cross.
That's correct. Those 3 amendments will be
That-
reflected. in
That motion
council.
has already been dealt with. Yep. Councillor Gullickson.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'll make that motion that council accept the 2023 operating budget as amended.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? We'll just wait one moment for that rather important motion to come up on screen. While that's being done, and then afterwards we will go to item 6.6, the second draft of the capital budget. Forewarning there, Senior Manager McKinnon. Be on the firing line again then. Certainly. All right. Please enter your votes. And the operating budget as amended was 5 in favor and 2 opposed. Those in opposition were Councillors Connick and Hibbs. The rest in favor, of course. Thank you very much.
May I just ask a good question?
Go ahead, Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. Pertaining to the fire department, does the fire department have, or is there plans in the future of operational or capital reserve as part of their budget within their department to allow, for example, fire chief emphasized a daytime shortage of staff at times that possibly the deputy chief could have been part of, and also demonstrated revenue generating. So in the future, if there was an operating or capital reserve set aside, that direction or decision could be within that department head of the fire chief and the CAO rather than council making decisions of hires.
Not the reserve structure as you proposed, because withdrawals from reserves do require council. They can be varied administratively within certain tolerances, but actual like new withdrawals would have to be approved. What could be done, and is the case, is that council approves, the actual operating budget for wages and benefits. And should administration so choose, we could say, well, actually, I have less interest in position X. It's not as important as I believe this deputy fire chief position is. So I'm going to actually not fund position X while still meeting council's objectives, but I'm going to fund this fire chief position, or deputy fire chief position. Such a behavior, let's say, is perilous for a CAO typically when it's been specifically debated and decided on. We make restructuring decisions regularly throughout the council or throughout the year, but to go against something that's been debated and considered by council and said, well, actually, we want to see this in a future year with these triggers. I think that would show a misalignment between administration's understanding of the priorities of council and what's been directed by council. So although it's legislatively possible, it's not the behavior that I.
Well, I appreciate the fact that might make administrative duties a little more streamlined. I think that it could also be hard on the employment status of the one and only individual that council has in their charge. So I think that that's an extremely difficult position to put our chief administrator in for the hiring of additional positions when that's been discussed fairly strongly. But I appreciate the reasoning for wanting to be able to have that option. Anything else before we continue? Very good. Senior Manager McKinnon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I'm here to present for council's consideration, the proposed 2023 capital budget. The City of Lacomb's 2023 capital budget includes 32 projects listed in the report. Total expenditures are estimated at 10.35 million. Total capital budget will be funded by grants of 2.87 million, 6.04 million from reserve withdrawals, 750,000 from debentures, and 690,000 from other contributions. At the council workshop on October 31st, 2022, a suggestion was made to add 80,000 in the 2023 capital budget for rectangular rapid flashing beacon pedestrian crossings. The project pending approval would be funded by the roads reserve. The proposed expenditure of 80,000 has not been included in the budget figures presented. For council's consideration, there's a separate motion to add the expenditure to the 2023 capital budget if desired. Happy to take any questions or feedback on the proposed 2023 capital budget.
Thank you for that. Do my little memory test here. So the 80,000 for rapid flashing beacons, I recall us discussing some additional speed indicator lights that were a far less expensive or far less costly endeavor. Is that people's recollection or no? CEO Gowdy?
There was some discussion of those speed signs. When Director Thompson and I went back to price them out and check in on the status, we actually had just finished purchase of 2 new ones. And so we didn't see the need to also include an additional 2 in the 2023.
That's good. It was fresh in your mind. What was the cost for them? Something more in the range of 15 to 20,000 per?
I would have to look it up, but certainly it's cheaper than $80,000, those 2 speed
Right.
signs, because they
Okay.
mount on a pole and they're solar panel powered.
I just want to make sure clear that everybody realizes this is a different items than that. So thank you. Councilor Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I thought their budget presentation, there was a second fire truck as replacing the county truck and the capital workshop.
I believe there is there not?
Well, there's a ladder truck, but I thought there's,
And a fire engine.
sorry, I gotta go get back farther because these glasses just hold me. Okay, my apologies.
I think that, yeah, just the wording difference there is
Okay.
fine. It's
Sorry.
yeah. I didn't recall the helicopter though. Oh, okay. Councilor Hoekstra?
I will be a rebel. I'm just going to say I'd like to move that council adopt the 2023 capital budget.
Thank you. I'm not seeing a lot of other input here, so obviously the changes and updates were made were to everyone's liking. Last call for seeing none, I will call the question then. Please enter your vote. I think we must have a technical error because all of the indication is that they went one color. So that is unanimous. Sorry, after that many for operating, it was just interesting to see the unanimous vote there. So thanks, everyone. With a record like that, Senior Manager McKinnon, perhaps you'd like to move into item 6.7, the 10-year capital plan.
Mayor Chris,
Second draft. One moment, please, though. Councillor Connick.
sorry, I would like to move that additional motion because I did bring it up.
Very good.
I would move that council approve an additional capital expenditure of 80,000 for rapid flashing pedestrian crossing to be located downtown to be funded by the Roads Preserve. And again, I think there's a need for one more down there. Not two, but I think one more would certainly by the CIBC not hurt things or harm things. I think it's just a great way of letting drivers know that there's people who want to cross. They work exceptionally well, the two that we have, and I don't see why a third would be a problem. Thank you.
That this is in the 30-kilometer area? Sorry, I was thinking a different bank. My apologies. Councillor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mayor Creasy. I believe this is a repeat question, but just for clarification, like engineering wise, is there a problem with having flashing lights like that so close to the main intersection of Highway 12 and Highway 2? Because I believe that's the area that we're talking about. Sorry, 12 and 2A. Yes, thank you. Because I am concerned about, I use those flashing lights all the time. It's a crosswalk that I use to go to work most weekdays. But they do stay on for quite a long time and they do potentially hold traffic up, and that intersection is already a bit of a nightmare. And I just have concerns about what those pairings would be like. So I guess I would just reiterate that question.
To Councillor Hibbs, the recommended spacing is 100 meters, and the spacing between the 2A intersection and the one that is being referred to tonight is less than 100 meters. There are a number of variables that are considered when we're looking at a warrant, but we use the Transportation Association of Canada guidelines for pedestrian crossings. And when we looked at the warrant for a rapid flashing beacon at this intersection, it did meet the threshold for one according to those guidelines for a number of reasons. Speed of the traffic, the distance the pedestrians have to travel, and the distance of that intersection to the nearest traffic light were all factors in that warrant analysis.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I don't know if I guess I made it pretty obvious from our discussion last time around that I wasn't a big fan of this. Not that I'm certainly opposed to safety enhancements. However, I'm just not sure that that's going to have the overall effect that we want in this particular area. It's a busy one. Lights and signs down there are confusing right now, and I'm just wondering if the 30-kilometer-hour adjustment there is not accomplishing what we want, that perhaps some increased enforcement is warranted in the area other than this item, but just my thoughts on that one anyway. Anything additional? I see that we do have this item available for voting. And please enter your vote now. The entry was quick, and that is defeated by a slim margin of 4-3. Opposed were Councillors Ross, Hoekstra, Hibbs, and Mayor Creasy, and of course then for the motion were Councillors Connick, Dallas, and Gullickson. Thanks, everyone. Senior Manager McKinnon. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Here to present the 2023 to 2032 capital plan. The purpose of the plan is to outline the future capital requirements of the City of Lacombe based on council's priorities and existing infrastructure maintenance requirements. First year of the capital plan is the 2023 capital budget, which was approved to authorize capital expenditures for the City of Lacombe. The remaining 9 years, 2024 to 2032, are for planning only and are not authorizations for expenditures. The projects by division for the 2023-2032 capital plan can be found in Appendix 1 attachment to this report. Estimated capital expenditures represented in the 2023 to 2032 capital plan is 80.7 million before inflation. Appendix 2 shows the capital expenditures by year of the plan. The estimated funding sources for the plan are debentures 10 million, grants 23.2 million, reserve withdrawals 42.5 million, and outside sources of 5 million. The major projects considered within the 2023-2032 capital plan include capital works program, total cost of 5.7 million, fire station building, total cost of 5 million, fire ladder truck replacement for a total cost of 2 million, roads renewal program, capital works for a total cost of 16.2 million, and new water reservoir and decommissioning pump house B, total cost 11 million. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the proposed 2023 to 2032 capital plan.
Thank you for that. Just what I think I misheard you with respect to the fire ladder truck. That's already included on.
It's a cash flow where a portion of it is in the budget, but it is approved throughout it is part of the plan as well as being approved at the capital budget.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Connick.
So move that we approve, that council accept 2023-2032 capital plan report for information.
Thank you. Any discussion, comments or questions? Seeing none, you may enter your vote now. The input time seems to be quicker after 9 o'clock. That is
After 9 o'clock.
unanimously in favor. Thank you. Director Thompson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I just wanted to follow up on your earlier question. Those variable radar speed signs were purchased in 2020. We bought 2 at $15,000 each.
Thank you very much. $15,000 each. Which makes sense because the previous one I think was about 11 or so, but that's been far too long ago. It was 10 or 12 years ago, so that makes sense. Meeting notifications. We do have 3 regular council meetings, all here in chambers at 5:30. The first one, the end of this month, on November 28th and December 5th. And then in the new year on January 9th, everyone can have in their calendars, please. Now, we did add some items, so I believe that all we have left are the in-camera items. Is that correct? Items 8.1, 2, and 3. No others? Very good. So we'll wait for a motion. Councillor Hoekstra.
Thanks, Mayor Creasy. I move that we move in camera.
Very good. It is 9:20. And you may enter your vote now, please. And we're on a roll. We get 2 unanimous votes. I'm predicting now. But mine showed up as I put yes. Honest, look at. I'll hit it again. Exactly.
Yes.
I was gonna say, should just to make a point, right? All right, that is unanimous. Thank you. We're in camera at 9:20.